Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is May 21st, 2024, and the time is 9:02. We will now have a moment of silence for reflection or silent prayer. Thank you. County Administrator Regalo, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Clerk of the Board, we have a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Ding?
Here.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Villapadua?
Present. Clerk of the Board, can we have our first recognition or presentation, please?
Sure, Chairman. The first is a ceremonial swearing in of our newly appointed public defender, Judy Ann Vallado, and I would like to invite her down to the well with Chairman Villapudua, who will read the oath of office. And Chairman, I do have 2 microphones down there, one for each of you.
Ready.
Okay, please repeat after me. Your name?
Judy Ann Vallado,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will,
well and faithfully
well and faithfully,
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
Board, can you guys please join me? We're going to say congratulations to Judy Ann. Congratulations again and again. Well, Judy Ann, I know you're going to do an amazing job for our county. I just want to say congratulations. I'm going to let our supervisor say a few words.
I know that we are lucky enough to have a great candidate amongst yourself and others that serve this county, and you rose to the top, and we're so thrilled that you're here to represent the citizens in our county that need a voice in our court system, and we're pleased and thrilled to have you here today to swear you in. So thank you for stepping up and serving this county.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said last week, congratulations. I mean, having an opportunity to interview you and seeing how well qualified you are, we look forward to working with you.
Congratulations. What you have is the passion and the fortitude to actually do the job. We have to have a balanced system, so welcome aboard.
I want to congratulate you as official, but giving people a voice is, I think, the most important part of your job. So now hit the ground running. Thank you very much.
Join us for a photo.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
I know. I think that's yours.
Oh, this is my, okay.
Michelle, this first? That's yours. Clerk of the board, can we have the next recognition, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the recognition of San Joaquin Regional Transportation District Project Controls Manager, Merib Telemontes, for coordinating free transportation for local veterans to the Richard A. Pittman VA Clinic grand opening. And I would also like to invite U.S. Marine veteran, Purple Heart recipient, and American Legion Carl Ross Post 16 member Tino Adame Jr. to the podium with Ms. Telemontes as I read this recognition that states, "Your extraordinary leadership, compassionate service, and tireless efforts in coordinating free transportation for local veterans to the Richard A. Pittman VA Clinic grand opening reflect not only your professional competence, but also your profound empathy for those with special transportation needs. Through your remarkable initiative and commitment, you have demonstrated a deep sense of responsibility to your community and serves as an inspiration to all, reminding us of the importance of empathy, leadership, and service, particularly in serving those who have served our nation with honor and dedication. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors thanks you for your exceptional leadership presented this 21st day of May. Chairman Villapudua?
Yes, good morning. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I would just like to say we're truly honored, thankful for this honor, and of course, it's a team effort. You know, I could have had 10 people here with me today, but we truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Tino, would you like to say a few words?
2021, 21 years it took to get this VA clinic completed and running, but it took the board members back then and now to keep it going, and we thank you for helping a lot of the disabled veterans. They mentioned to me that it was very professional. Drivers were outstanding. So you had one Navy veteran that was on the bus, and they really enjoyed it. It made the trip a lot easier, a lot more comfortable. But on behalf of the veterans of the Stockton Marine Corps Club, I'd like the board members to please come down.
Please join me.
I was about to give a great speech.
Phil. We have the veteran community in Stockton present you with the point of the VA clinic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your support and help. We do appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you very much for your help. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. My home.
Supervisor Dean, would you like to say a few words?
Well, like Tino said, I mean, this clinic to hospital to clinic to, you've been there ever since the beginning of this process. I didn't even know anything about this transportation, but to me, this is one of the most important things. It's, especially when you're dealing with men, we don't know how to get to point A to point B. We need a ride, so thank you for putting this all together.
All right, Tino, thank you. I mean, the VA clinic was a great day for San Joaquin County. It's going to serve our veterans for years to come. For RTD, thank you guys very much. You know, we owe our veterans a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. But, you know, it's nice to see our agencies step up. And that's one great thing about San Joaquin County. You know, we support our vets, we support our military, and it's great to see. So thank you very much.
First, thanks off to RTD for doing an amazing job. Second off, thank you, Tino, for obviously this, but for the work you've done over the 21 years. I remember back when I was at the city getting sewer and water out there for the VA clinic at the very beginning, and it's been a long time coming. We just need to get more doctors so that the quality of service at the VA clinic can be what our veterans deserve. So thank you.
So as you would see, from concept to completion and the many ingredients that it took to be successful to get there didn't happen by accident. So thanks for stepping up and doing what you did for transportation. Tino and all of our veterans that have stepped up over the years to be that voice. You all did your job serving this country. America is great and proud of you, and we are proud as county supervisors and citizens to stand up and celebrate the opening of the VA clinic. It didn't happen by accident, and your efforts made it a successful day, and your efforts, along with all of the veterans, made that day happen. So we thank you.
Yes, I'd like to recognize RTD and all your hard work. It was a special day to open the clinic. And Tino, you did an amazing job for veterans. So we appreciate all the veterans, and we can't thank you enough. So at this time, will you please join me for a photo?
Thanks, Tino. Love you guys. Thank you.
That's what I just asked. Do you want us?
Clerk of the board, we have the next recognition, please.
Our next recognition of the Shriners Hospital of Northern California and Oak Farms Winery. And I would like to invite representatives of the Shriners Hospital, Michael Waygraf, Joe Wilson, and Alan Anderson to the podium. And I would also like to invite representatives from Oak Farms Winery, Dan and Heather Padilla, as I read the recognitions, which state, the recognition is being presented to the Shriners Hospital of Northern California for your unwavering commitment to improving the lives of children and their families through compassionate and innovative care has significantly enhanced the quality of life for countless children, regardless of their family's ability to pay. In the year 2023 alone, Shriners Hospital treated nearly 1,000 children in San Joaquin County, demonstrating a profound dedication to the well-being of our community's youth. Your tireless efforts have brought comfort, healing, and hope to families facing challenging medical circumstances, leaving an incredible mark on the citizens of San Joaquin County. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors expresses their heartfelt gratitude to the Shriners Hospital of Northern California. And the board is also recognizing this morning Oak Farms Winery in recognition of your generosity in offering your beautiful winery to Shriners Hospital of Northern California was paramount to the success of their April 27th, 2024 fundraising event. With heartfelt gratitude, the board acknowledges the significant contribution of Oak Farms Winery in collaboration on this event, which aims to improve the lives of our most vulnerable children with special health care needs in San Joaquin County. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors thanks Oak Farms Winery for your unwavering support and commitment to your community. These recognitions are presented this 21st day of May, 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Well, good morning. Armando, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman and fellow supervisors, my name is Armando Valerio, and I'm a committee representative of San Joaquin County First Annual Denim and Diamonds fundraiser. We want to express our gratitude and thanks to Shriners for the great work they do in San Joaquin County and Oak Farms Winery for their generously donating their time and effort and facility for us. Our hardworking committee consists of Betty Wilson, Executive Director of the San Joaquin Business Council, Danielle Love Rawlings, VP for Bank of Stockton, Joe Wilson, Michael Wiegraf, and Leona Lopez that couldn't be here today. Our honorary chair, Kay Roostaller, and our honorary doctor representative, Dr. Patricia Apolinario. We couldn't have done it without our generous donors and sponsors as well. Shriners has done a tremendous amount of work in this community, and nobody really understands it. I do because I work for you guys, and I have a clinic in which we see disabled children 0 to 21, 4 different sites in San Joaquin County. Shriners comes to the plate every day and provides prescriptions and health care and referrals for the appropriateness of these children. So the children with special health care needs are being well taken care of by Shriners Hospital. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to say a few words? We're good? Okay, well, I attended the event, and I can say that it was an amazing event, and I want to thank Shriners for all the hard work they do. Oak Farm Winery, the Pinella family, you guys do an amazing job. I know you host the Shared Foundation also, and this event touched a lot of hearts. I know everything you guys do for our community. Supervisor Ding's district, I would like him to say a few words, please.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for everything you do. You know, we're reminded, I think, every night about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, if any of you are up when you see the Shriners, you know, advertising what goes into it. But I would like to hear more about, you know, from you at a different time, exactly what's going on behind the scenes. Dan and Heather, you are a staple in our community. You're always there. So it was a beautiful event, lovely event. Thank you for being of service.
Supervisor Patty, would you like to say a few words?
And I have a microphone. So from the Pinella family to Armando and all of you, that the names that you read off, just a very few people that you were able to recognize that contribute and make a difference. And so I had no idea the Shriners was involved in doing things. So thank you, Supervisor Ding, for bringing this forward for our attention. But it just goes to show, like, while we're all busy, while you guys are all truly all-stars in your own way, and in this community, how you make a difference, but you contribute and do that much more to help children and help families right here within this county. So we thank you and appreciate you.
District Attorney Freitas, would you mind saying a few words also, please?
Thank you, Chairman Villaputo, members of the board, Interim CAO Regaldo. This is very important to me. So when Armando first approached me that he was doing this, it was about 10 months ago. I was all in, and I was all in because this was really easy. My daughter was born with a dislocated hip. Shriners fixed it. They did everything. They did the surgery, they did the aftercare, they did the therapy. To see a little girl in a body cast was obviously rough, but I couldn't say enough about the treatment she received and how well they made her. So I am in 100%. I'm so glad that they're doing this and that this was a small way for us to get back. So thank you for letting me.
Well, yeah, thank you for the comments. It was an amazing event. Supervisor Canapa.
I just wanted to say thank you to the Pinella family and obviously Shriners. People obviously don't know what you do because the folks that use your services do know what you do. So thank you for what you do in the community and stepping up and helping make people's lives better.
Thank you, Supervisor Campbell. Excuse me, just getting over this cold. First of all, Oak Farm, thank you for all you do for our community, not just here in Stockton or Lodi, but the entire county. And Shriners, what can I say? I mean, you guys have an awesome legacy, not just here in San Joaquin County or the state of California, but throughout the nation. What you all do for our kids is, something we can't thank you enough. So to everybody in your organization, thank you and God bless.
Will you please join us for a photo? Clerk of the board, we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is the proclamation of May 24th, 2024 as the American Legion National Poppy Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite the representatives of the American Legion Carl Ross Post 16 to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas after World War I, the red poppy flourished in Europe, with scientists attributing its growth to soils enriched with lime from the rubble left by the war, culminating in the emergence of the red poppy, symbolizing the bloodshed during battle, and later immortalized in the poem In Flanders Fields by Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, MD. And whereas on September 27, 1920, the poppy was officially designated as the flower of the American Legion family, serving as a memorial to the soldiers who fought and died during the war. And whereas in 1924, the distribution of poppies became a national program of the American Legion, symbolizing a commitment to honor and support veterans and their families. And whereas led by the American Legion Auxiliary, members of the American Legion family annually distribute poppies with the request that recipients make donations to support the future well-being of veterans, active duty military personnel, and their families, addressing their medical and financial needs. And whereas Poppy Day is celebrated globally with the American Legion bringing National Poppy Day to the United States, urging Congress to designate the Friday before Memorial Day as National Poppy Day, thus honoring the tradition of wearing a red poppy to commemorate fallen heroes and support living veterans who have served our nation. And whereas National Poppy Day serves as a solemn occasion for Americans to wear a red poppy, honor the sacrifices of veterans, and demonstrate solidarity with those who have served our nation. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 24th, 2024 as American Legion National Poppy Day in San Joaquin County and encourages all citizens to participate in this important occasion by wearing a red poppy, making donations and demonstrating our respect and gratitude to those that have served our country and their families who lend their loved ones, enabling them to preserve our nation's freedom and prosperity. Presented this 21st day of May 2024. Chairman Villapudois and Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we have these beautiful young ladies here to perhaps say a couple words.
Everything that Rachel basically said everything. The one thing I would like to do is just read the poem, The Flanders Field. In Flanders Field, the poppies blow, between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place in the sky, the lark still bravely singing, flies scarce heard a man aimed the guns below. We are dead. Short days ago, we lived. We felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders Field. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw the torch, be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep though poppies grow in Flanders Field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to share? All right. Well, Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Just another honor. And I didn't know anything about Poppy Day, so thank you for another educational experience. And God bless our veterans, especially in this day and age. They shall not sleep. So thank you.
I want to hand it off to the good job that you do. The Women's Auxiliary at Carl Ross Post does an amazing job. We were there after the Veterans VA clinic opening, and I gave my $20 for the it works hard at raising dough and doing a great job. And you ladies make life worth living, obviously, not only for veterans, but people in our community. I mean, you're always there. You're always doing things. You're always positive. Big smiles. So kudos on Poppy Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for being here. I love that poem. I love hearing it every year, especially on Memorial Day. The poppy represents, not just our veterans, but the ones that didn't come home, and not just, those brave men and women, but also the families that they left behind. And we know we need to make sure that our younger generations never forget the sacrifices these brave men and women made for this country. So thank you very much for being here today. Thank you, Supervisor Patty, for bringing this forward, and God bless you, and God bless our veterans.
Thank you.
Before I hand it back over to our chairman, I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Mike Anderson, as a Gold Star father. And I really didn't know there was a National Poppy Day, but for us to look around through the chamber and see so many people wearing the red poppies and to know what it symbolizes the Friday before Memorial Day is all the more meaningful. And as the supervisor said, we can never forget the sacrifices given. The people laid their lives down and provided the freedoms that we enjoy to this day. So thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. And thank you all for the continued efforts. Let's keep this tradition alive.
Well, Supervisor Patty, thank you for bringing this forward also. I as well did not know anything about Red Poppy Day, but thank you for bringing it forward. And thank you for all the hard work you do for our veterans. And you guys do an amazing job over at Carl Ross Post, and I know you guys are all very involved. So if you'll please join us for a photo.
None of the guys, just you girls. They're always hogging the camera. You girls all work. You all want to stay with your most favorite supervisor? Thank you so much.
Clerk of the Board, we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is of Modesto Junior College Fire Academy graduates Avery Leos and Logan Murray for their actions to assist in a vehicle accident victim's rescue. And I'd like to invite Mr. Loez and Murray to the podium along with South San Joaquin County Fire Authority Deputy Chief Bagley as I read both recognitions, which states, this is being presented to Logan Murray in recognition of your quick actions on April 10th, 2024, to immediately notify first responders after witnessing a rollover vehicle accident, and then proceed to check on the occupants, finding the driver had been separated from the vehicle, leaving him floating in the canal. Sliding down the embankment and into the water, you secured the driver with both arms to keep his head afloat and out of the water. Assisted by Fire Academy colleague Avery Leos, now on scene, you worked together to support the cervical spine until fire and ambulance arrived on scene, and assisted fire with the rescue and boarding of the patient onto the spine board to safely pull him out of the canal. Your selfless actions are commendable, and your brave deed is appreciated by the citizens of San Joaquin County. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors thanks you for your heroic efforts. And we are also recognizing Avery Leos in recognition of your quick actions on April 10th, 2024, to recognize a dangerous situation and selflessly join and assist your Fire Academy colleague, Logan Murray, support a victim's cervical spine until fire and ambulance arrived on scene, and assisted fire with the rescue and boarding of the patient onto the spine board to safely pull him out of the canal. Your selfless actions are commendable, and your brave deed is appreciated by the citizens of San Joaquin County. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors thanks you also for your heroic efforts. Presented this 21st day of May 2024. Chairman Villapudua and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle, and thank you all for being here. Thank you for the great job. And I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Chief here real quick, and he'd like to say a few words.
Good morning. Brian Bagley, Deputy Chief, South County Fire. And we thank you very much for allowing us to be participatory in the recognition of these two fine gentlemen today. With keeping patient privacy information as protected obviously as possible, these two gentlemen with their selfless actions, they finished an arduous day in their Modesto Junior College Fire Academy, and ultimately, driving home at 5 p.m. on April 10th, he saw the tail end of a vehicle accident, single vehicle rollover with an individual that was almost unconscious, if you will, in a canal. And they, in fully clothed, jumped into the canal, held the victim's head above water, which ultimately would have drowned. It was in the rural setting application, so it was at least an 8-minute response for the first due fire engine to arrive, which actually Captain DeLuca here is the first due company officer that saw the situation these two gentlemen were in, and they didn't just hand over the patient immediately when the fire engine came. They stayed steadfast with their training that they had received in the academy, remained in the water the entire time until the patient was removed, utilizing technical rescue equipment. And so their actions are definitely to be commended, and we appreciate you taking the time to recognize them, and their quality and characteristics of what they possess is going to be greatly appreciated in the fire service in years to come. So,
thank you, Deputy Chief. Mr. Murray, you'd like to say a few words?
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to thank everyone here today for recognizing me and my friend Avery Leos. I'd also like to thank Modesto Junior College and my EMT training for giving me the skills and abilities to do what I did on that day. I'd like to thank God for putting me in that position to help save that guy's life. And I've been called a hero by my friends and family, but with all the first responders and veterans in the stands, you guys are the true heroes, so thank you so much for your service.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leos. And it's funny, I'm looking at you and I looked at your dad, and I just put 2 and 2 together. We went to school together, so I'm a lot better looking than your father, but it's, it always has been.
First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for inviting us here today. I'm just grateful that God put us in the position to be able to do that, and yeah, just thank you guys. You guys are the real heroes. Thank you guys.
Thank you, and I guess we'll turn it over to, well, no surprise, Supervisor Patty has a mic. You want to go ahead and pass? Yeah.
Just trying to save time. Listen, what a great example of not only being a first responder, but a call to action and the career paths you've chosen. You see, you've got, deputy chiefs, you've got chiefs here. This is just a great example. You are future leaders. We need you in the community because you never know where and you never know when. And this is just a great example. You were in the right place at the right time to save someone's life and the ramifications that has when a family member is lost in an accident. So to be there, to step up as you did, just an example. And you often, as you exemplify, first responders, you ask for very little. Things are done on a daily basis that people don't even get recognized for. So I appreciate, your humbleness, and we see that constantly in the fire and the police department and our deputies on a daily basis. So this is just a great example of the services that the call to action you have and the services you give here in this county. Thank you.
Yeah, you talked about being heroes, but I mean, if that's the day of life of a fireman, that's what you do. But now most people would have their camera out videoing it, and you guys jumped into action, which is huge because most people would have just passed and carried on with their lives. So obviously you're training, but it's more than that. It's how you're trained at your home and what your life skills are. And I think this is the beginning of great careers for you guys. I'm glad that you saved that gentleman's life because obviously if it took 8 minutes to respond, he would have been gone. So job well done.
Thank you. This is where my OCD kicks in as I start thinking about, what you said, thanking God for putting you in that position. Why are we here? What is our purpose in life? And, it goes all the way back to what was your first influence? Why did you join the academy? And how you wound up in this position, he wouldn't be alive without it. I do have one question. You did this in the middle of the academy classes. So was there like a special, you got the day off, special meal, gold star, yeah. Thank you.
It was at 5 p.m. They were driving home after a long day in the academy and still had energy to be able to effect a rescue.
And so the next morning, were they allowed like coffee breaks or?
I got just thank you and handshakes from all my academy. Still had to be there at 5:30 in the morning. Got home around 8, but no, just all my academy and my instructors all thanked me and shook my hand and said I did a good job. So that's enough.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding, and I'll wrap it up before I give it back to our chairman. When I read about this in the paper and I talked to Chief Bradley, who's out of town today, or he would be here, about your extraordinary effort. I know he was very proud. I know South County Fire was proud. I know I'm proud of being your supervisor. But as Supervisor Canepa mentioned, we all seen it on TV, and there's so many times when somebody is in need and people just drive on by, or people would rather get at their cameras and try to, put it on a camera and they can put it on social media without helping. And you guys did that complete opposite. You did what, it's necessary. It's, what you're trained for, without even thinking, jumping out of your car, going over there, rendering, first aid and saving somebody's life. And, we all can say thank you here, but I can guarantee that family of, somebody's loved one, the life that you saved, will never forget you and always hold you in their heart. I look forward to you both working here in San Joaquin County and providing that extraordinary service to our residents. So thank you both very much. I would say your parents are here. Thank you for raising such good kids, or adults, I should say. And God bless you both.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to tell you right now that you guys' future looks bright. You guys are true heroes, and especially in front of, the fire chiefs and EMS. And I know your family well. I know your father, Troy. And when he told me the story of what happened, I wasn't surprised. I've heard a lot about you, and you're a great young man, and I'm sure you are too. So looking forward to your future. Will you please join me for a photo?
Parents, you want to get out? Sure.
The board, may I have next commendation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Next is the commendation of Tracy's IPFES Holy Ghost Festa's 100th anniversary. And I would like to invite Louis Rocha, the president, to the podium as I read this commendation. Whereas the Holy Ghost celebration came into being when Portugal's Queen Isabel asked that the poorest man in the kingdom be crowned during Mass on Pentecost Sunday as an act of humility and an expression of the Holy Ghost. And whereas a feast was served to all who followed the Mass, which became an annual festa for Portuguese settlers that came to this area in search of a better life. And whereas the first recorded Holy Ghost Festa in Tracy was held in the old Nagley Burke School in 1916. And whereas in 1919, the original Portuguese Hall was constructed on the property on West 9th Street, known as Portuguese Park. During this time, festas were sponsored by various organizations and gatherings were held on the ground of the Whitehall Estates north of Tracy. And whereas in 1924, a new Festa Society was organized in Tracy named Irmandade Portuguesa de Festa do Espírito Santo, IPFES, and I hope I said that close, Brotherhood of the Portuguese Holy Ghost Festival. And whereas the first president of the newly formed group was Joseph Teixeira, one of the founders of the Banta Carbona Irrigation District, a San Joaquin County deputy sheriff and later Tracy police officer. Many faithful and dedicated presidents, such as current president Luis Rocha, have followed Mr. Teixeira leading up to this centennial year. Now therefore be it resolved, the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend the Tracy IPFES for its ongoing success in championing the IPFES Holy Ghost Festa Week from June 1st through the 7th, 2024, and further extends congratulations on its 100th anniversary celebration, presented this 21st day of May, 2024. Chairman Villapadua and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you both for being here. I know it took you a little bit to get here from Tracy this morning. I know it took me that long. But you'd like to say a few words?
I appreciate you guys noticing that Portuguese Hall has been around for 100 years. You know, it's a very big accomplishment on our part throughout the generations that keep this tradition going, because it's not the easiest nowadays with so much things going on. You know, you got, you know, other sports that the younger generation kind of go towards, and we just try to keep this tradition going to take care of the needy and the ones that rely on the festa, you know, for the food or the spiritual aspect of it. So we appreciate it.
No, thank you. You like to put you on the spot? Well, you're here. You travel all the way over here. Might as well say a few words.
Again, we'd just like to appreciate, we appreciate everybody that's helping us, and we have a lot of people that want to help us still, and it's a big honor to be recognized here today. And the Holy Ghost is here for everybody, and we'd like to invite everybody June 1st and 2nd to attend. It's a free meal on June 2nd during the parade, and it's not just for the Portuguese. Yeah, we celebrate it and put it on, but it's for everybody that needs a meal or just a day to relax and have fun. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll turn it over to our board here. So Supervisor Dean has the mic, so we'll start with him.
I just want to say congratulations, great history. Have fun and God bless.
Yeah, like you said, keeping heritage alive for the youth is pretty challenging nowadays. So 100 years of, you know, continually doing it is obviously something huge. So thank you for what you do.
And we do have such a great, rich, diverse cultures throughout this region and America. And your 6-month-old baby in the background that you have to bring into this is going to keep that tradition alive. So thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for bringing this forward. And we want to celebrate. So I'll look forward to being there for some of the really great Portuguese food. Thank you.
Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you do. Being president of the hall, president of the Holy Ghost, the Festa, is not an easy job. I know it takes a lot of work. You know, I've seen it myself. It is such a rich tradition in not just Tracy, but San Joaquin County. And this year we're celebrating 100 years. And I know I'm Is it something that's near and dear to my heart? Because, you know, my grandma was queen, my mom was queen, my aunt was queen, my uncle was president at one time, my daughters were side maids, and you know, I march in the parade every year. And it's, you mentioned tradition. We have to keep these types of traditions alive. And, you know, it is a spiritual tradition, you know, when you're talking about Lady Fatima, but it also, you know, helps the community as a whole, as you mentioned. And those of you who have never been to a Fesha, it's a beautiful parade, and it's not just folks from Tracy or San Joaquin County, but you have folks from different halls with Portuguese culture all over the state of California that each goes to each other's feshas and participates. And you're absolutely right, and we feed so many, or you guys feed so many people, not just in Tracy, but throughout the surrounding communities. So I want to say thank you for the job well done. I look forward to being there on June 1st, or, you know, well, pretty much the whole week of June, and, you know, coming up to the bullfights also. And I don't know if Supervisor Patty is going to be there. I don't know if I'm going to allow him in, but I'm just joking. But again, I'm going to turn it over to our chairman. So again, thank you very much, and God bless you.
Well, I'd like to say thank you also for 100 years serving the Portuguese community. It's an amazing honor. And Supervisor Graveman, thank you for bringing this forward. Will you please join us for a photo? Clerk of the Board, we have the next proclamation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our last proclamation this morning is the proclamation of May 19th through the 25th, 2024 as Emergency Medical Services Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite the EMS Director, Jared Bagwell, to the podium as I read the proclamation, which states, whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career of volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas the 50th anniversary of EMS Week theme is EMS Week, honoring our past, forging our future, emphasizing the importance of acknowledging the contributions of the past generations while striving for innovation and advancement in emergency medical services. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through the 25th as Emergency Medical Response Week in San Joaquin County, and encourages our community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities reflecting on the achievements of the past and working towards a brighter future of emergency medical services. Presented this 21st day of May 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you so much. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Villapudua, Supervisors, CAO, County Council. Very inspiring rescue story and very appropriate day and week to share that. My name is Jared Bagwell. I'm the EMS Agency Director here in San Joaquin County. These men and women represent a small portion of over 1,000 EMS professionals that respond to over 100,000 EMS calls every year in this county. They do this 24/7 to mitigate suffering and decrease morbidity and mortality in our county. I think the proclamation says it all. I'm very thankful that the board was able to recognize these EMS professionals. I'm also thankful for each and every one of them as well and their impact to our community. So I don't know if anybody else wanted to say anything, but I appreciate your recognition.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Bagwell. Anyone else like to say a few words? Chief Edwards? Put you on the spot.
Good morning, Chair Bill Padua, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for recognizing EMS Week here in San Joaquin County. This is a true collaboration, and it's this group of public servants behind me that allow us to treat people effectively and get them to the hospitals where they need to go. And it's not just one organization that can do that or one department. It is truly a collaborative effort. Everyone from our transport agencies to the air ambulances to the fire agencies to the EMS administrators. So thank you for the recognition. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Brian, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow Board of Soups. We'd like to, again, maybe carry on with what Chief Edwards spoke to about partnership and collaboration. We're thankful for having been able to serve this community for over 20 years. And to the point Chief mentioned just a minute ago, we are codependent on each other to ultimately care and provide the best service here in this community. So I think regardless of agency, regardless of provider, fire, EMS, law enforcement, the EMS agency, we're here today to serve the public. Our team here, they live in this community, they're from this community, and they want to serve this community. And we're thankful for the opportunity to be recognized here today and looking forward to serving this county for years to come.
Great, thank you very much. Anyone else? I see none. Well, I personally want to thank every one of you. You guys are all heroes. I mean, to wake up every day and have it's not an opportunity. The way you guys go out and perform your job and save people's lives, it's truly a miracle. And seriously, I can't thank you enough from my heart. I know our supervisor would like to speak. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Always serving. Let's see better, huh? Do I need to turn that? There we go. Always serving, always improving, always learning. We're reimagining our services in San Joaquin County as we speak, and it's because your leadership has realized we need to take the next step in tackling some of those barriers that everybody else is afraid to touch. You have a board of supervisors that's ready to get behind everybody on it. So you've got an exciting future ahead of you. Thank you for your service.
Saj, we can see it's generational. You see different ages and different departments that serve this community. And when somebody makes that call, that 911 call, and there's an emergency and this maybe life-threatening, as we saw earlier with the recognition for two young men that sprung into action. The clock is ticking, and every minute counts. And for each and every one of you to step up and to carry on that great tradition of service and being that first responder and some person that saves a life, it's got positive ramifications, and it's meaningful in so many ways when there's a desperate call for help and someone has called 911 or an accident has happened. So thank you for stepping up, serving this community. We truly respect and appreciate all of you.
Yeah, I want to echo everyone's sentiment, but usually, I mean, it's the dispatchers that are always handle things professionally, and then when they do dispatch, usually people are in a traumatic experience and are freaking out, and your guys' demeanor is always professional, and I think that is probably the most appreciated part, because you come and try to calm things down when people are really excited because either their loved one's been in an accident or some health issue. So to you, to everybody, like you said, all the different services, the air support, dispatchers and folks, and working together, I think is the most important part. So thank you for all coming today.
Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being here for the work that you do. I'm very, very fortunate to have worked with a few of you or worked with your agency, and so I've seen firsthand the exceptional job that you all do. And if you ever watch our board meetings, and you can see our public safety is very, 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 very important to this board. And so, we want to make sure we provide the resources to make sure your job is easier, make sure not just for patient care, but your care for yourself and your family, to making sure you guys get home at the end of your shift to your family. So again, thank you very much, all of you, for the job that you do. And on behalf of San Joaquin County, God bless each and every one of you.
Yes, would you guys please join us for a photo?
Yeah, you're getting the moniker.
Public comment, then we're going to go to closed session. At this time, we're going to have public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, minutes, and the consent calendar. Our first speaker today is Holly Moore.
Good morning, Chairman Villapudua and supervisors. We just started using ballot tabulators in precincts this last election. When tabulators count ballots, did you know that they don't count ballots? Well, what do tabulators count? They actually count pictures or images of the ballots. In Georgia and Michigan, they found that pictures of ballots can be erased and therefore not counted. And you know what else they found in Georgia and Michigan? The images can be multiplied. Like when you hit the copy button on a computer, copy, 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 copy. So they'd find a perfect ballot which had all the right candidates on it and copy it hundreds of times. Very sneaky. We have the same tabulators, but before you say that can't happen here, remember we live in a zero trust system since the Shakir Khan case. The days of trusting are over. We need a tight system with every redundancy available to stop election fraud. We want to double check everything, particularly the ballot count, which is what counts. This is why simple hand counting is so important. Sure, use the machines to do an initial tally and later on send in the election results to the Secretary of State, but don't certify the election until every single ballot is hand counted and is the same number, the matching number with the machine count. A parallel hand count double checks the machines. We're told constantly by fake news that hand counting is bad and inaccurate. And like anything, there are good hand counting systems and bad ones. There's a good one out there in Missouri by Linda Rance. She teaches hand counting courses online and has a manual. Linda Rance even has a calculator to estimate how much hand counting would be in a county. It's a fraction of the cost of the machines. It's about a third of the cost. If you've been paying attention, you've seen all across the nation how election systems have been hacked into. The most famous was when they hacked into a machine right in front of a judge using only a pencil. We need a backup system to make sure that hacking isn't happening here because we know that our election systems are connected to the internet. Counting paper ballots by hand can never be hacked, and it's extremely accurate when done right. Hand counting is one of the ways that we can rebuild trust and put greater security in our election system. It must be implemented quickly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carla. I didn't even want to try it.
It's okay. I probably butcher yours every time.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Villapudua, and the rest of the board. Thank you. I'm Carla Heaney, and I am a resident of San Joaquin County. So I spoke last week regarding the 2022 Stockton East situation. So in that costing that I received, it was also for the primary of 2024 on the lack of endorsements that the American Independent Party did with the Register of Voters office, and it did not get put on the sample ballot. So what happened, John McBride, and I have permission to use his name, he was running for Congressional 9, and he's the one that realized the endorsement wasn't there. So he got a hold of the AIP, is what I'll call them, and they verified that they had gotten all the receipts back from the ROV's office, everything was fine, and it was left off. So AIP called the ROV's office. They had said they couldn't do anything. The AIP said, so we will sue you. And they came up with a solution. So they came out with a postcard that showed all the endorsements plus that whole page on the voter guide. So it went out to 366,258 registered voters. The invoice from K&H Integrated Printer, which is the printer we use out of Everett, Washington, the total charges on the invoice were $66,388.40. So you add that to what happened in the 2022 election with Stockton East, that's over $300,000 that the taxpayers had to pay extra. So I don't know how about you. These are small things, but it doesn't leave me confident that the ROV's office really knows what they're doing. So I am making a recommendation to you. I want checks and accountability, and I want you to pull, and no offense, County Administrator, I want you to pull the ROV office back underneath the board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Bob Dents.
Forgive me, you guys know me. Maybe I'm going to change the tone a little bit here. You know, I worked for the VA for 35 years, and I've been working for free now for 15. So the question I ask of the VA is, are you going to staff the clinic? We've waited over 50 years. With regard to the Shriners issue, if anybody doesn't know, the Masons provide adaptive equipment for free to anyone who needs them. So you don't have to wait for Medicare or some other agency to provide adaptive equipment when you have a loved one getting out of the hospital. You can get it today for nothing from the Masons. Funny thing, that's not what I came to talk about today. There's a rumor going around, and you know, as usual, I can't get a straight answer from anybody. But there's a rumor going around that the East Bay mud is taking over PG&E's responsibility in San Joaquin County. Now, I figure if anybody knows, you guys will have better knowledge than the rest of us. And coincidentally, given the police officers, firefighters, et cetera, who run to what needs to be done, I got to wonder, how much longer until this SSJID thing at the South County is going to get actualized? Because we need them now. And finally, on a happier note. A friend of mine is the publisher of Range Magazine, and from time to time I leave you guys sample copies. It's about agricultural and natural resources, and I left you each a copy today. They're last year's, but they're timely just the same. And there's a real good coupon inside if you're interested, and I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Molly Watkins.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. So budget is almost here. Wasting is not good. When you figure out the budget, you got to figure out the holes in it. So I would like to ask you to do a little follow-up. I know as I sit on various boards that I make notes and then I bring them back to the next meeting and say to the administrator or the staff, did you do X, Y, Z? And that's a lot of work because your board packet is this big, so I get it. But if you would make a little note to follow up on the drop boxes from the ROV's office. Now, mind you, she spent almost $250,000 with new boxes and security and blah, 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 blah. So what did you get from that? Because we had boxes that worked just fine, that were only 2 years old. We didn't really get the security to work like it was supposed to, nor do I think the security actually does anything. So with all that, what was the results and why did we spend more than $750,000? And let's not do that again next year, because this is silly. We all know that we're hurting our pocketbooks, that we're not making any money. Those of us in ag are barely staying alive here. So it is very important that you try to tighten the budget and not spend silly things that don't need to be spent. So take note of that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lauren Cardinelli. Okay.
I appreciate it. It's a little light today. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. This is the verdict. Light has come into the world, but people love the darkness instead of the light because their deeds were evil. Everyone who does evil hates the light and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed. But whoever lives by the truth comes into the light, so it may be seen plainly that what they have done in the sight of God. Supervisor Rickman, I exposed last meeting about the harmful DOD planned scopes of work being implemented by unelected San Joaquin County public health officials. A WHO mass vaccine countermeasures are planned objectives. Dr. Merrill Nass has communicated that the entire mRNA platform is classified as a bioweapon violating state law. Supervisor Canaba, the CDPH shots are made of a toxic genetic modified consumer product. Per the patents, the CDC publicly admits harm and injury have always been an expected and usual outcome. Per Ed Dowd's analysis, there is a 25% increase unexpected all-cause mortality. Hundreds of thousands of people have died suddenly. Supervisor Patty, as exposed by Dr. Nemo Wolf, the Health Canada data shows any man that has received an injection is now sterile and his reproductive organs are now only producing toxic spike proteins. This will maim and injure any woman that receives it for reproduction. Dr. Jim Thorpe recorded there is an 8-fold increase in fatality to babies not produced. That means that since 2021, anywhere from 3.5 million to 4 million families have had their children murdered by medical malpractice. The mothers are now more than likely sterile. Supervisor Ding, in response to the county update, please humbly inform the Chief Propaganda Officer that per the Brown Act, we the people do not surrender our sovereignty to unelected federal agencies, plans, or their illegal scopes of work. This includes any acts of domestic terrorism prescribed by the World Health Organization, UN Agenda 21, 2030, and the U.S. Global Health Strategy. Supervisor Vilpatua, I'm here today to publicly notify you and again expose to the light all the individuals to the whole community that have been experienced through official willful misconduct in relation to actions taken during the COVID-19 response and its recovery through our after-action plan and implementation. There are multiple violations of human and civil rights and the California Criminal Code. These actions were all contracted through the state of California over 20 years here locally. The county has exceeded the work stoppage condition and local case fatalities have been recorded. Per R22-169 Procedure Rule 5, as the chairman via Code Section 25022 and 54956, the chairman shall forthwith call a special meeting of the board to consider the matter. I look forward to the board restoring the safety of its individual stakeholders, the citizens, we the people, as a top priority. Get wise, stop the lies. Immunizations are injurious and fatal. They lied, we died. Point of order to the parliamentarian, to the chair. In God we trust. Any questions?
I see none. Thank you.
I made a point of order to the parliamentarian about an emergency condition through your chair.
Okay, we can't take any action right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to address the board?
Good morning. Thank you for your patience there. Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors, and members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. Supervisors, the last meeting I shared that we together can restore trust in our San Joaquin County elections. Yes, together we can do it. We also should not be lackadaisical to confront the issue of election fraud in our county, for it still exists. So I want to make us aware of a couple of news articles found in several different media outlets. I say that to preface that this issue should be looked at as nonpartisan. It impacts all voters regardless of their party. The titles of the articles are Increasing Number of Illegal Immigrants Expected to Vote for Democrats in the 2024 Elections. And the second article reads, Flyers distributed by a Mexican NGO instruct illegal aliens to vote Biden in upcoming U.S. election. We need another 4 years of his term to stay open. I pause here. I really don't know what to say in hearing that. I'm provoked to ask questions, and I'm attempting to inform you as well as our public, the voters, that there are issues. There are some who would say, how can a non-citizen vote? It's against the law. Well, I would say the same thing, and I would have asked that same question. However, when I look around, I see people inquiring about smash and grabs and wondering why we have no one doing anything in regards to that. And some of that has to do with who knows what. But there are things that are going on and the laws are not being enforced. And that could be the case here. It needs to be looked at. Other questions need to come forth to this board, the ROV's office. I did some more research. I looked at a recent Heartland Institute study along with the Rasmussen polling and found that 1 in 5 people admitted to committing some type of mail-in ballot fraud in 2020. That's 20%. That's a lot. And approximately 2 million illegal immigrants have been let into the U.S. through the southern border since the current Biden administration has come into office. Folks, I bring this to the board because we, the voters, the general public, we, the people of San Joaquin County, we need to know this information so that we can ask questions. This is a representative republic. the people need to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to address the board? Please come forward.
I think I'm going to get this right here. I'm Mary Nicholson, and I am here because it is Stroke Awareness Month. It's not a day, it's every day. And I was here last week, and for the first time in a long time, Supervisor Rickman, what you said made me feel really good. It seemed like the lights were being turned on, finally. In 2007, California issued the California Stroke Guide. It was a part of the Cloverdale Stroke Plan. It was the 2007-2015 plan. I drove to Sacramento, loaded up my car, brought it down here, passed out the California plan to make sure all the supervisors, all the city council had the plan. It could actually tell you by street how many people were having strokes. There's a lot of information that's out there. The other thing that's really important is consistency. And you talked last week about the fact that, well, first of all, stroke is time. Time is brain. What's affected by the brain is how long it takes to respond. And if you have one part of the county being measured time-wise one way and different another way, then consistency isn't working. You get different results. For me, I am a stakeholder. For the last 20 years, I have dedicated my life and my time to make some things right in this community. I have invested my time, my talent, and my money to get things right here. And what I experienced as a survivor myself was that there was a lack of education. And I came here today because paramedics does need to go and have ongoing training, understanding the stroke symptoms, being able to identify them. I was one of 4 people on the committee to designate the hospitals for stroke care. I have witnessed some things. Then I became a board member for a fire district and became the chair of a fire district because the information is key, but consistency and not in denial is so important. And when you said, we're going to make a difference, at any cost, we're going to get this right, it offered hope to me because this is not a game. This is you, and it's me. And so I'm here not only because it's Stroke Awareness Month, but because we together can really make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else like to address the board? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. County Council, do you recommend we go to closed session first, or should we do the consent calendar?
I think it might be good to go to closed session.
Okay, anything to report?
Yes, there will probably be something to report.
What's your estimation of time? How long do you think we'll be gone?
If we're handling both items, both the litigation and the labor issue, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay, we're going to take a 20-minute break, and we'll return about 10:45. Thank you very much.
Well, I just thought you'd make me stand down there for 9 more minutes.
Yeah, rip in the second half of the speeches.
Good morning. We're going to call this meeting back to action. County Council, anything to your work?
We, with respect to the litigation matter that was on calendar, which is entitled Jamaica Ross Smith versus San Joaquin County, the motion was made by Supervisor Patty and seconded by Supervisor Kenepa, and by a 5-0 vote, a settlement was approved in that case, the terms and conditions of which will be made public upon request once all parties have signed off on the settlement agreement.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open public comment. It's my understanding someone did not get to speak, so now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, minutes, and consent calendar. Please come forward if you'd like to address the board.
Good morning, I should say. Not quite afternoon. My name is Reverend Ernest Williams, and I feel like John the Baptist crying in the wilderness. I read in the Stockton Record, which is now posted on the internet and everywhere else except in the old mailboxes they used to have on the corner. They don't have those anymore. And I don't even think they actually published the Stockton Record, only can find it at the library. But I was reading an article that talked about, all of you gentlemen have talked about, and I don't think you voted on it yet, for your $22,000 raise. I guess because I'm a ex-employee of the city of Stockton, and we didn't get those kind of raises the years that I worked for the city of Stockton. And I was just curious about the $22,000 raise that you're getting and the little material that I did get or read. And I was able to kind of understand a little bit where you guys are coming from. I think you want to be on par with the San Joaquin County judges. You want that 70% raise, which I guess is all right. I don't know. But what I'd like to do is I would love to be able to do a ride along with some of you guys up there. I can ride along with the police department and see how they work, but I can't ride with you and see how you work. Because I'm wondering, are you guys really worth a $22,000 raise? I mean, do you really need it? Most of you guys are business owners, farmers. You're already millionaires, some of you. So I don't quite understand why you think you need to be on par with San Joaquin County judges. So maybe somebody can enlighten me, maybe not here, but I do one-on-ones all the time at my church. So call me. I'll be glad to leave my number with your secretary up there or your clerk of the board, and she can do a one-on-one with you, and you can call me in. I can come sit in your plush office, and we can talk about it. And then you can inform an ignorant man, because I'm ignorant to the facts that you have. And I'd like to do one-on-ones because I'm good at it. So what I'd like to do is leave you with this thought. Whatever you do, seen or unseen, God's watching.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the board? At this time, I see one more. Come on up. Good afternoon, Mr. Madero.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
You know, it's funny, you look at, I'm a kind of a bottom line kind of guy coming from the business world, and I look at the life of Jesus Christ, and in Matthew 28, verse 9, the first thing Jesus says after he's resurrected from the dead, he says, greetings. I just wanted to say hello. You know, it's easy to go in some places, somebody else's from this side, you know, judging you in some ways and not knowing what it is that you do and how you do it. It's easy until you walk in somebody else's shoes, and it's not an easy thing to do. And I appreciate the comments that have come up, and those are really some great concerns, and I believe that we all need to share those things. But I want you to know that I appreciate you guys being willing to do it. I sure wouldn't want your job, and I thank you that you guys do it. And with all the stuff that you get, you're almost always in a catch-22 situation. Whatever you do, you get caught up in it. But from us at the Gospel Rescue Mission, I want to say this. Has anybody told you that they love and appreciate you yet today? You are loved and appreciated, and so is everybody else in this room. And if you want to change neighborhoods in one big way, is just walk across the street and say hello to somebody. That's what Jesus did. First thing he said, just saying hello, just being acknowledging people. They're worth it. Thank you guys.
Thank you,
Just
Dean.
wanted to say hi.
Appreciate it. Anyone else like to address the board? I see none. I will close public comment. Coming back to do some house cleaning, we regarding the public hearing this afternoon, item number 2, we're going to pull it for a separate vote to continue to July 9th. Do we need a motion, County Council? Yes, we do. Is that okay? Number 2, it's a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve general plan amendment, zone reclassification, and major subdivision.
Move to postpone.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second, and a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. And moving on to the consent calendar, we are going to pull item number 15. It's going to be renoticed and returned to the board at a later date. Do we need a separate vote for that?
No, that's within the chairman's discretion.
Okay, great. So starting from my right, anyone like to pull anything from the consent calendar?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull number 6.
Okay, number 6, Steve Ding. Supervisor Canepa?
Number 5 and 22.
5 and 22. Supervisor Patty?
Chair, no, thank you, Chair. I'm good on the consent. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. The 7 and 9, just comments on those.
What number would that be?
7 and 9, just a comment.
7 and 9 comments. Okay. Okay, Supervisor Patty would like to pull number 37. Okay, the first one I see is number 6 from District 4. And that would be receive and refer all board communications as outlined on the communications distribution listing. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I allowed, you know, I'm still a rookie here, to bring some committee members to the dais during this?
Yours.
I love it. So one of the things that's been important to me, you know, this board has made public safety, you know, basic service is important. I remember 20 years ago, you got so sick of every political ad. It's for the children. Everything was about the children. Somehow in the last 20 years, nobody gives a crap about the kids anymore. It's me, 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 me. And you go to these social gatherings and everybody's complaining about what the kids are doing. The kids are doing this. Well, reckoning back to our days, Tom, when it was different. We had skating rinks and we had, you know, we'd ride our bicycle and you had to be home before the lights came on and dinner at 5:30. It was a whole different time. We've eliminated a lot of these things for the kids to do. And one of the things that I think is important, and I think everybody will agree, is anything that gets them off their darn phone and outside and learning to socialize so they can grow is a great educational experience. We started off with
the miniature golf course that's going to go out in Mickey Grove Park later. But this is kind of a finishing. Well, I've got a couple more that are going to come up. I would like to invite anybody from Murata Little League, Diego and Letitia, Christina, City of Lodi, to the podium, please. And Thornton, I'm sorry, I forgot about Thornton basketball. Anybody, you want to say something about that too? Mama, you want to come down? I've got my district, it's like 8 Mile Road to Sacramento County line over to Amador, over to Calaveras. The rest of the board refers to my district as God's country. So, and there's a lot of spots like, Thornton has been a travesty. There's not a park, there's not a basketball court, there's not a little league, there's nothing for those kids to do. And the kids get bused to Liberty High School in Galt, which we're working on, by the way. And then they get home and there's literally nothing for them to do. And then people wonder why they weren't perfect saints like we were, when we were in high school. But there's nothing for them to do. So the community is a great community. We're going to redo the basketball courts in Thornton. And quite frankly, the way the community is all delved into it, it's relatively speaking, the way we spend money around here. I think it was like $30,000 repave, hoops up, everything else. We're working on the soccer field that it's a multi-use with the school and the community. And then I guess Pepe is going to go out there and mow it and flatten it all out, but create some things for the kids to do. Murata Little League, when my kids were younger, played for Murata Little League, it was just Murata. Well, Little Leagues have kind of collapsed now. And so Murata Little League is literally Murata, and it's East Stockton, and it's all of Lodi now. So it's much bigger than they used to be. And so they need some help. So we're going to put some money into Murata Little League and get some more of the kids playing baseball. And then this one, I guess I did this way. I can look like I'm cool in front of my kids, which will never probably happen. We need a skateboard park in Lodi. And we went back and forth. We've got one that's in a floodplain zone now, and I'll let Christina talk about it a little bit more. But we've got this, I'm going to say we because it makes me look good, this vision of where you have Zupo Field and everything going on, and let's move everything to one area for sports recreation. It also does some help with some of the street problems we've had in Lodi, because when you introduce activity and sports and children, it kind of clears out that area. I think it'll beautify the area too. But again, the skateboard parks for the kids. So I want to start with Thornton. There she is. She's only been managing Thornton for me for 33 years? 22. Okay. Anyway, you have a little bit more knowledge about Thornton if you wanted to say a few words.
Just a couple of words. Thank you for having us here. I'd really like to recognize Supervisor Ding, because recently I've seen some action. I really have. I was there for 22 years. I am now retired, but I'm still involved in the Thornton MAC, and I am very, very proud to say that things are moving along, and the kids really, really need a place. I worked very hard with housing and the center and everybody, and we got some things done with the after-school program and everything through the through the Thornton Community Center, which I was the director of that long. But now I see things moving. I'm very happy, and my heart is still in Thornton. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And is anybody here from Murata Little League? Good. They're watching over Murata like they should be. Christina.
Just so very grateful to you for recognizing the need of youth and the fact that they need to be in outdoor spaces and they need to be engaged in recreation. And you came to a Parks and Recreation Commission meeting and you heard what the community is requesting. You heard from the skate park community and you're here delivering. And so your contribution is going to make great strides in basically us programming a brand new park. I mean, it's not a brand new park, but there's no programming there now. There's no activity for recreation or for our youth. And so this is going to be a major contribution to that project. So thank you.
Thank you. And then I've saved kind of the thing that ties it all together to the end. Leticia and what did I do with it? Diego, the Luis Alvarez rewards. So for those of you who don't know exactly what Rewards for Justice is, it's, you see this, if you turn in your grandmother for shoplifting, we'll pay you $500. And everyone's like, nobody's going to turn in their grandma for $500, but they might for $2,000. So what Rewards for Justice does, especially on murder cases and family violence, it ups that reward. And it's more than that. I mean, again, we were talking about Heather and Dan from Oak Farms earlier being a staple of the community. Leticia and Diego are a staple in our community. And they also involve, when they're doing their annual dinners and everything, they involve the youth. They get them involved, which is what we need to be a great community. So I'm asking this board to help us out with Rewards for Justice. They just recently came out with a new program where they're wrapping trucks, and everything else. And some of the most high-profile cases we've heard about on the news, it was Rewards for Justice that came in there and elevated those rewards so that we could actually take them off the street. So thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? Did I hit everybody? I love it. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of brief comments. And it's a consent item, but I want to recognize and appreciate, and some of you guys, as you walk away, I just want you to understand what you do have with Supervisor Ding and all of us really is we are engaged. I know Supervisor Ding since high school. He was one of those kids, because we were kids way back when, but he rolled up his sleeves, he got involved. And we had a school when he went to Stag, there were some challenges there, but Supervisor Ding has always demonstrated that he's ready, willing, and able to do something different, better, or more. And that's the mantra we really appreciate and want here in this county. And to this point, we have a discussion item, but I have to say, oftentimes the squeaky wheel gets greased first, as the old saying would go. And you kind of just assume things are fine as is. But I have to tell you, I'm waiting 7 years for Mickey Grove to come forward with a plan at the zoo to actually do something that's significant. Guess what? 7 years later, nothing. I go to South Stockton and I go to a county park and you see weeds everywhere and you see it's unkept. So what's been done? Negligence. And that's shame on us. So, we really need to recognize, and I appreciate Supervisor Ding bringing this forward, because we need to raise the bar of what we're doing for children and families and the quality of life we have here in this county. So thank you guys for coming in, representing your districts. Thank you, Supervisor Ding, for bringing this forward. It is consent. I'm rather certain it's going to fly through, but it does bring up that call to action that we need here, and be that squeaky wheel. So that your region of this county and every region is heard, so that family and children and entertainment activities are enhanced here in this county. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ding.
Yep. Sure. Please come forward.
And I need the date of the fundraising dinner too, so everybody can make sure they sponsor.
Galvan, I'm the Vice President with the Luis G. Alvarez Jr. Rewards for Justice. Mr. Dean, thank you very much for considering us and making this happen for us. The board, Mr. Villapuda,
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are a rewards organization that we offer a higher reward towards violent crimes and homicides. Our event is September 28th at the Moose Lodge in Woodbridge. Well, it'd be a Campo, but it's on the border, Woodbridge. How we came about was my stepson was murdered April of 2016. 2016. Crime Stoppers, we appreciated. They offered a reward up to $1,000. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. So once everything was said and done with my stepson services, my wife, Leticia, she goes, I want to do our own rewards organization under her son's name. And that's hence the Luis G. Alvarez Jr. Rewards for Justice. My wife and I were both retired from the Department of Corrections, and this is our full-time job now. Thank you, Steve, and the board for considering us and offering us the reward.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also like to thank Supervisor Ding for all his hard work and District 4, you're doing a great job. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay, I see none. Moving on to item number 5, which is Supervisor Canepa. Approve the use of $150K from Supervisor District 2 funds for the men's shelter at Gospel Center Rescue Mission. Supervisor Canepa.
I just want to speak to the underlying problem that we have in our community and in the county. So it's sad that I have to use my $150,000 for my discretionary money, which I was going to use for safe camping. So someday I'm going to have a safe camping site. You can hold me to that. But it's really alarming, and I think we are kind of failing in managing this type of organization. So I don't know if Dave Madera, if you want to come down and speak, but they were getting ready to close the emergency shelter for men, which is 70 beds. And I sit up here and I approve millions and millions and millions of dollars to organizations who are in this room at this time, and they need to do a better job. So it's really disheartening when we have HAP money and all the CDBG money going to individuals, and we have an organization that is ready to close their doors and put 70 people out on the streets. So I'm glad you guys are all here today to make sure that you get the money, but we need to be more held accountable for what we do, because we're failing, and we're failing. So there's no leadership on the homeless side. We've been battling it, checking for these gaps and gaps and gaps, and we talk and we have meetings, and it's sad that I have to use my $150,000 of my discretionary money to get them gap funding so they don't have to close. This is just $150,000 is only for 3 months. So we need to take a long look in the mirror, and all of you folks that are here for CDBG money and homeless money and grants and vouchers, you better step up your game and be accountable for what you're doing. Because if you're not doing what you need to be doing, then the money needs to stop. And so for me, there's something that's coming later. You better have a good reason, because the way that these grants programs are being ran, and I don't know if it's not enough staff or whatever we do, but it's going to change and people are going to be held accountable. So if you're here to say something, you better have a good reason why. And it's not just because the money is going to your organization to keep it afloat, because the status quo is changing. So it's sad that I have to come and get to this point, but things are going to change. And next year I'm chair. So if you all are going to come for money, you better be accountable. And I want to see what the outcomes are. Okay, Gospel Mission has outcomes. These people are getting clean and getting back into society. And that's the biggest key that we can have here. And this gentleman asked us what you do. This job is my heart, and I put it out on my shoulder every day. And he comes up here and humbly says, hey, thank you to somebody, love you. But I mean, that's what we need to get back in this community. Not protecting your organization, not protecting your funding. You know what I mean? Do your job and make sure that all of these pots of money that we approve on the daily, whether it's behavioral health or whether it's neighborhood preservation, is millions and millions of dollars. And millions of dollars is sitting there not being spent. So this is a wake-up call that I have to use my discretionary money, which I'm not really pleased about because I had a bigger grandiose scheme, but it's those things. So step up and do what's right for our community, and that's why I did it. It's not for the accolades, it's not for the pat on the back, it's not for good job, Paul Canepa. That's my job as a county supervisor, to lead with humbleness and humility. And I think that goes a long ways. So for all you people here that are here and the millions of dollars that I approve, that I read, because I do read this, and it's the same folks getting the same amount of money, you're going to start to be held accountable. I've talked to Wolf Camp to see how we do it, and people's judgments on how things work and whether or not they're using the money correctly have come into question. So for everybody that thinks that I don't sit here and watch what I'm doing and I don't know what I'm doing, I'm learning. And the more that I learn, it just shines light on things. So this is a positive note, 150,000. If you'd like to speak, you're more than welcome to. But I think it's a call not only to service, it's a call to accountability, and everyone needs to do their jobs like I do my job.
Thank you that you did that. You didn't have to do that, and you did it. And that's a big deal. So I just applaud you for that. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I also want to say that we just graduated 13 more people. And what does that mean to the county of San Joaquin? Well, we on average a year graduate 64. From the study that was done at UOP, it costs $69,000, approximately $100, $69,100 of taxpayer money for each individual homeless person. Well, we graduate 64 on average a year. 64 times $29,100 is almost $4.3 million a year that gets saved because people are coming back and coming off the system and getting into jobs and working. We're working hard to help them to create some jobs. We got mission pates coming along so that we can become self-sustaining and not ever have to come here to ask. We eventually want people to come to us and say, what else can we do? Can we get some help from you? And so we're really working that hard. We've been around for 84 years and we're not stopping. And it's only by the grace of God that we've been here that long. But I want to thank you guys for your help. Couldn't do it without it. It truly takes a village. It takes all of us. And thank you on behalf of all the people that are out there. And it's not just the 70 beds. We have 50 overflow with that. So we can have 120 total when it comes down to a crisis time. So.
Hey, Dave, hold on a second. We have some speakers. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Maduro, for being here. Just to confirm for anybody that may not know, Gospel Rescue Center serves citizens throughout the entire county and even oftentimes from beyond.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Recognize and appreciate that. I also want to recognize Supervisor Canepa's commitment, and we put together discretionary funds to help out. I know that there's some calls from Little Leagues, and there's calls for action and needs that are continuous throughout our county, and I think this is a great use of those funds. Through the chair, speaking with our CAO, I would like to propose, and as we did similar for Supervisor Canepa, that when Lincoln Center needed some cameras for enhanced security, we as a board joined in and helped that so that he had some discretionary funds available for community needs, a little bit above the very necessary needs of Gospel Rescue Center. So speaking with our CAO, I'd like to propose a one-time, it'll come back to the board for ratification, but a one-time $300,000 allocation from our contingency, allowing you to keep your 150 in discretionary fund if you would help in the Little Leagues that are asking, that they're knocking on your door, and we need to help youth. We need to help those programs for the young adults, men and women, boys and girls. So I would propose that, and I'm not sure if I'm looking at County Council or CAO, how we make a motion to propose or change or shift the use of funds and where from, through the chair, County Council.
Sure, you can make a motion to agendize discussion of that proposal if you wish. Obviously, we can't take that action now because it has been agendized, but if you look at the rules of the Board of Supervisors, you can make a motion to agendize discussion of that proposal.
Okay, if we were to make that motion, or if we were to approve the funds of 150 to replenish those funds, if there's a timely issue, are you guys in urgent need, or if in the next 30 days we can ratify a $300,000 transfer, one-time transfer to buy time to get things so we can have a continuous, services that are at Gospel Rescue Center. Is it urgent?
It's pretty urgent. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's a big cost that we, because we feed them, we take care of them, we supervise it, we watch it. It's a 24/7 thing.
I believe you. So then my discussion on it, we can re-agendize. I would be in favor of approving, and then we can replenish that money plus another 150 from the contingency. CAO, through the chair, CAO Regala?
Yes, through the chair, I do just want to clarify. So on today's agenda, we have from District 2 a use of his discretionary funds of $150,000. And so are you asking to agendize an additional $300,000, or are you asking to that $300,000 to replenish District 2 for the $150,000 plus another $150,000?
$150,000, correct.
Okay. But from what I understood, yes, you're in dire need, and this will carry you for 3 months. So I think similar to the way we did do the last one for Lincoln Flock cameras, I think we could go ahead and approve, or the board can approve District 2's agenda item, which will allow the $150,000 now, and then we can come back, replenish, similar to the way we did it the last time.
Excellent, thank you. I've been cut off. Excellent. Thank you very much, CEO Regalo. And that's what I'll propose at the next meeting, but I'm in full support of the use today to carry you over as the urgency requires. Thank you, Chair.
Our next speaker is Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Chairman.
County Council, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to, my recommendation would be to divide the motion. So my recommendation would be to vote on, probably on the consent calendar, on this item number 5, and the motion, Supervisor Patty's motion to replenish that money and to provide an additional $150,000. That motion to agendize that, I think, should be done separately.
Okay, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you very much for all you do, and thank you for Supervisor Canepa for bringing this forward. Gospel Center, I think we've all been there. I've had the opportunity to go over there and check them out and look at the work that they do, attend the graduations, as you mentioned, outcomes, and I totally agree with you. But the only way we talk a lot about this, outcomes and holding people accountable, but again, all it is just talk, to be honest, because we haven't done anything. And we need to do an audit, and I've been mentioning this for several years now, how these funds are spent and the outcomes. And I mentioned this last month to this board, and I think our CEO was going to look into it, but being as it is now, I'm going to bring back an agendized item. And then, we need to do something like you mentioned, and something like the state of California just did with their homeless program. So we can see exactly where this money is going, see exactly how this money is being spent, and the outcomes of how this money is being used. I mean, this is, after all, this isn't free money. This is taxpayer money. We all, I know I complain a lot about, taxes and the rising cost of living. And it seems like we just, as taxpayers, keep spending more and more and more. So I'll bring it back as in a future date, undetermined, to I'll work with the CEO's office to have some kind of audit and put something in place. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. I missed you this last week. I really did. Although our meeting last Tuesday was about 3 hours shorter. I think you're at the tip of the iceberg, and we keep talking about this and talking about this. When I came to this board, Supervisor Patty, over and over and over, this housing first doesn't work. Housing first doesn't work. But we don't seem to be. We have no leadership on this issue. I mean, as far as staff, we don't even know who's responsible for what. And it's, last week, we allocated $450,000 per room for a 37% unit. By the way, I followed up with 3 contractors in our county. They have no idea how this bidding process works. Be honest with you. And maybe everything's being done right, but we're doing a horrible job managing our money. We're doing a horrible job at collaborating. When I went to the Sandy a month, 2 months ago, when she came in, and I was complaining about not knowing, what a certain staff member was doing or how many 9, 10 departments he was in charge of, she said, he doesn't report to me, he reports to you guys. And of course, I shared that with Supervisor Canepa. Neither of us knew that either. All these things we're talking about are basically being run with literally no leadership. And we need to address that and rather quickly. And, you know, we've got our probation chiefs in charge of now the homeless populations. But as far as what works wasn't done, you know, somehow a couple of years ago, we decided to, you know, eliminate God and any organization associated with spirituality out of any funding organization. If you look at the Gospel Rescue Mission, Salvation Army, some of the longstanding programs, those are the ones that have the success rate. And we keep trying everything else. I think we need to go back to where we started, fund those that have, like Supervisor Rickman just pointed out, have a track record of success. We need an audit sheet. We need to know where all this money is going. We've spent $36 billion now in the state of California, creating one of the largest industries in the world, and our populations of homelessness just keep increasing. So it's, you know, I be honest with you, I'm ready to vote no on all new housing, everything else, until we come up with a new plan. And I know who the heck's in charge of this from the staff level. So thank you.
County Administrator Regallo.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify with Supervisor Rickman on the funds that you wanted to bring back to find out how they are spent. Are you only referring to the neighborhood preservation grant funds, homelessness funds, or are you relate all grants?
Right. Grants and, you know, even, it doesn't have to be a grant, but, you know, the funding that's already being spent by the county too.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, the state of California just did an audit of their own program, and I think that's something that we need to start with and look at exactly what they did. And you know, of course, this would be a discussion for the board, but I would prefer somebody on the outside, get a consultant, whoever, you know, whoever, some former whatever it may be, to go investigate and do it very, very, very thorough, because we're only going to be doing this once. So.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
I just want to say thank you for the motion to replenish my funds. I'm sorry for getting passionate, but I love my job. And stuff is going to happen, and I'm going to make sure that people are held accountable. So it's not to any one person, so just don't get me wrong, but it's to everybody that we are called to a higher, you know, functionality at the county, how we get our leadership and who's running what and how we do it so that we know in the end that we are trying to help the unsheltered population and the people in need. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, moving on to the next item, item number 7. From District 5, approve the use of $5,000 from District 5 funds for the Jacobson Elementary School Parent Association Student Field Trip Program. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll keep this quick. And, you know, we're talking about students and our youth and how important they are. You know, one of the programs that I was lucky to be a part of, and, you know, when I was mayor, and even now I'll attend the meetings, but the STEM programs, which is K through 12, and STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. So we're teaching our kids the STEM types of education from kindergarten all the way through high school, from getting them a head start earlier than, hey, I think when I was in school, to getting ready for college and, you know, the workforce in the future. So this money would be used for, you know, STEM-based and, you know, ag science, you know, since that is our #1 economy here in San Joaquin County for field trips. So just a great program, and I'm going to give a shout out to, you know, the Tracy Unified School District, the San Joaquin County Department of Education, especially Troy Brown, who does an excellent job. And, you know, one of the field trips would be to go, or several of the 4 classes, to visit San Joaquin County Office of Education, the Fab Lab. If you haven't had the opportunity to go check it out, I would say go check it out. It's amazing at some of the science and technology that our kids are learning nowadays. So thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next item is number 9 from the County Administrator's Office. Approve and ratify the San Joaquin Council of Governments Annual Financial Plan for fiscal year 2024-2025. Supervisor Rickman.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick shout out. I know Steve Dial's sitting in the audience over there, part of COG, and he's going to be retiring pretty soon here. When is it, July? You know, so in July, and he's spent years with San Joaquin Council of Governments, had an opportunity to work with him as mayor, and now sitting on the board with several of you, and we all just took a trip to Washington D.C. to advocate for funding, and he's done that for years. So I just want to say, publicly, because I don't know if you're going to be able to come back before this board at any time before you retire, to say thank you. Thank you for the job you've done with COG and, the millions of dollars that you've seen spent and appropriated to, God, I don't know how many, hundreds probably of projects in your time frame, be it freeways, roadways, railway, whatever it may be. You've done a hell of a job. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. I've enjoyed working with you.
Well, Mr. Dow, we'll have you back one day. We'll honor you on a special day, and we'll save our comments from then. Moving on to Supervisor Patty, and that item is First Amendment to Agreement A-20-262 between the County of San Joaquin, Medford Island Reclamation District, number 2041, and Tinsley Island Reclamation District, number 2108, in the amount of $200K for settlement and release of maintenance and repair obligations of Empire Tract Ferry Ramp, 4th District. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And, Mr. Buckman, good morning. Good to see you, as always.
Good morning.
Question for you, and thank you. I appreciate this coming forward, making an amendment. Where did we get the latest estimation on the cost to bring this up to this adjusted value?
My understanding, First Buckman, your Director of Public Works. My understanding is this revised estimate was developed in collaboration with the two RDs that will be reimbursed for this work, and they've actually already signed the agreement.
Understood. I appreciate it. And thank you for making some amendment. We've had a lot of conversation. And this is a road closure. This is myself and Supervisor Ding's district. We kind of share it in a split way it's been cut up for our districts. You have allocated some funding from District 4's road maintenance, something of that, whatever you call it, right?
The reimbursement for the ramp, the county share of the ramp work would come from Road District number 4 funds.
Okay, so a couple things on that. I'm aware that we're all aware we've got our sheriffs that are out patrolling the water, and I think they also have access and could utilize that ramp in the events of emergencies or other circumstances that may arise. I'm interested in funding that I may have in my road because it's Tinsley Island, it's Venice Island, it's my district that utilizes that ramp. So instead of that all coming from Supervisor Ding's road maintenance fund, I'd like some of that to come from mine. So I'd be willing to contribute another couple $100,000 if we can, and as my balance may allow, but I'd like to get it up a bit because that's my district's going to share on that cost. How could we accomplish that?
If you're talking about increasing the amount of the funding, the county share of the funding, the maximum, the not to exceed amount for the contract, that would require an amendment to the contract.
Understood.
In terms of whether a portion of that could come from Road District 3 in addition to Road District 4, I think we'd have to have a discussion with council on that because there is a question about, and we've looked at this in the past, about spending road district funds outside the district boundary. That could be an issue that we'd have to vet through council.
Okay. Through the chair, County Council, what would you advise? We bring this back, re-agendize, have a discussion, figure out what to do, and then bring it back on an agenda item?
That is within your discretion if you wish to make a motion to continue this to a date certain or a date uncertain.
I don't think I need to make a motion then particularly. I can just re-agendize a discussion about this perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm kind of just thinking out loud here, if the direction was only, did not change the overall dollar amount, but to change the proportion of funding and where the funding comes from, we could probably just take that based on direction, assuming that the research, bears out that we can use District 3 funds for this.
Okay, so let's figure this out without changing the motion, and then if there's an ability for my district to participate and to help offset some of that expense for my portion, my part of that district and county that utilizes that ramp, we can have that discussion and then bring something back, if actionable.
Because we have sufficient appropriations in both districts to cover this, so, with each supervisor's concurrence and concurrence from council that it's allowable, it should be, it shouldn't be a problem with the current item as proposed.
Okay, so we'll stick with it as proposed from District 4, and then I'll possibly bring back something, an amendment later to it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Patty, I just want to thank you for your leadership on this. This is one of those, things the public generally doesn't see, that takes hours and hours and hours sitting down, collaborating and making it happen, where most people, it's not visible, they don't pay attention to it. And you have really been diligent about taking care of this. So thank you for your partnership.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 22, HSA. Approve the First Amendment to Agreement A-22-184 with San Joaquin Delta College to provide CalWorks assessment and learning disability evaluation services to increase total funding from $520K to $1.2 million and extend the term through June 30th, 2026. Supervisor Canepa.
Director Woods, how are you doing?
Wonderful. Thank you.
So this is just kind of one of them that caught my eye. It doubled in cost, and I'm just wondering what the outcomes are of this. I've never heard of it, and we're probably doing great work, and it's one of those things that we need to celebrate. So if you could kind of explain why it's doubling, and then the work that Delta does with this money.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Villaputa, members of the board. I'm Chris Woods. I have the privilege of being your Human Services Agency Director. So the reason why the cost is doubling here is we are also extending the term. So we are extending the term through June of 2026. So what this is a really wonderful partnership with San Joaquin Delta College, and that we're providing an opportunity for our CalWorks participants to be assessed in a professional environment to ensure that we're meeting their needs to gain both education and work experience and place them in the proper opportunities for them to have the best success. The other portion of this is the learning disability evaluations, and this is really about, and we're obligated as an organization to do this, but it's really about providing our customers with equal opportunity to access services. So we want to ensure that we're meeting their needs, having them assessed if it's necessary for learning disabilities. That way we can ensure that we provide services that allow them to participate at their level.
Okay, so the 500 is a 1-year term, so now that's why it's doubling, because it's a 2-year term.
So we're going out to June of 2026.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Woods.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other, so we're gonna, with the consent calendar, item number 17, we're gonna do a separate vote. Can we do that? Okay, first, County Council? Is there a motion?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay, item number 17, we're gonna do first. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Was there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second, and we'll take a vote on that. And that motion passes 3-2. And regarding the rest of the consent calendar, is there a motion?
So moved.
First?
Second. We pulled one of, what was the item number?
We pulled item number 17 first.
No, there's another one we pulled off.
Number 15.
Number 15, so move to approve minus number 15. First and second, right?
Yeah.
So moved.
And just for clarity, it's 15 and 17 have been pulled, so it's the balance.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
I'm sorry,
Who was this? Rick, you were the second, correct?
I was.
First, Rickman.
First, Rickman. Canepa, second. And the motion passes 5-0 for the consent calendar. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I believe Supervisor Patty had a motion to agendize replenishing money that was used
Yes.
from the district. I'm looking what item that was, but that motion should be done now if
Okay. You want to do that now, that motion?
Please advise, through the chair, county council, please advise how to do it. Does it have to be re-agendized? It was in discussion, so we could make a motion to
The motion, as I understood it, would be to agendize a discussion and possible action replenishing the money that Supervisor Kenepa used and to provide an additional $150,000. So it would be agendizing discussion and possible action for the next meeting.
I'm making that exact motion.
All right.
Okay, is there a second? Second. We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. And then clerk of the board, are we doing in-home support services, public authority?
That's
Okay.
correct. That would be next.
That would be next, correct? At this time, we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting and announce the board will be acting as governing board of the in-home supportive services public authority.
And this is a consent item, so the
It's a
board can
consent
just take
item?
action.
Okay, so we will, at this time, we will convene the in-home services. Gavel, thank you. And then we'll move on to.
So, I apologize, Chairman. As the IHSS authority, the board needs to take action to
Okay.
approve the consent calendar for IHSS and then reconvene the board meeting.
Okay, great. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. We have a first and a second. Vote, please. The motion passes 5-0, and we'll reconvene the Board of Supervisor meeting at this time. Thank you. Okay. Now we have our morning scheduled public hearings. Item number 1, neighborhood preservation, public hearing of the San Joaquin County 2024-2025 annual action plan consisting of the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership, and Emergency Solutions Grant programs. Ms. Polnares, how are you doing today? And Greg, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Villaputo, members of the Board of Supervisors, CEO, and County Council. Greg Dieterich, Director of Healthcare Services. Here today with me, I have Natasha Garcia, the Interim Program Administrator for Homeless Initiatives, and Jeanette Palomares, Management Analyst 3 from Neighborhood Preservation, to present and seek approval for our 24-2025 Annual Action Plan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jeanette Palomares, and I'm here to present the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan. The preparation and adoption of the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan is a prerequisite for receiving the county's entitlement funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The Annual Action Plan provides a one-year strategy to accomplish the goals and objectives identified in the county's 2020-25 Consolidated Plan document. The Annual Action Plan specifically describes how the entitlement funds are to be spent during the fiscal year. The 3 grant funding applications are Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Home Investment Partnership Act, HOME, and Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG. This is a breakdown of funding by each jurisdiction for the 2024-25 entitlement program for CDBG and home programs. The ESG program funds are awarded directly to the county. These are the county CDBG activities that are being recommended for approval, which total $1,750,754. Program income projects are also included, which total $500,000, making the total CDBG request $2,250,754. The program income is derived from client loan payments and loan payoffs of rehabilitation and first-time homebuyer loans. The next few slides will provide a breakdown of the CDBG projects by activities. The recommended county public facilities improvements project activity includes Gospel Center and St. Mary's project in the amount of $890,000. The recommended housing project is for Neighborhood Preservation's rehab program in the amount of $257,552. And the following are the recommended county public services project requests, which include a variety of services such as meal programs, outreach services, and after-school programs. Public services is limited to 15% of our total allocation, and this is also the activity that receives the largest request for funds. And the public services activities total is $253,051. The county CDBG allocation value is $1,750,754, and the recommended county administration project request is $350,151, is the 20% of the total allocation. Program income funds will also be used for public service projects as well as the county's rehabilitation housing program, which total $500,000. And the total recommended CDBG funding request is $2,250,754. Okay. The next is home grant. The following are the recommended county home activities, which are a continuation of the county's housing and down payment assistance programs. HUD mandates that we allocate 15% of our grant funds to a community housing development organization, or CHODO, which has been awarded to stand to use for acquisition, rehab, and gap loans, and 10% of our grant funds for program administration. Neighborhood Preservation and DCDC will be receiving $435,469 for the housing program. And the down payment assistance program will receive $120,000. The county home allocation value is $877,041. Program income funds will also be included for housing in the amount of $1.8 million for DCDC senior housing at Salas Park, consists of 54 units of affordable housing for seniors. This makes the total home recommendation $2,677,041. These are the ESG activities that are being recommended, which total $246,142. The following are the 3 recommended ESG street outreach project requests, which total $30,000. And the following are the recommended ESG emergency shelter project request, which total $106,610. And the following is the rapid rehousing homeless prevention project in the amount of $91,073, and administration in the amount of $18,459. This makes the total ESG recommendation $246,142. Your approval of the plan will allow staff to submit the plan to HUD by the May 31st deadline to assure funding availability. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors receive comments on the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan, approve the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan, and direct Healthcare Services Director to submit the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan to HUD for approval. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I see none. At this moment, I'm going to open public comment. Our first speaker is Paula Schill, and we'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Allowing us to talk about our projects because I'm here to address the audit issue. Tulleyburg Press is one of the CDBG sub-grantees, and you have supported us for several years. We are now preparing to be audited both by the city and by the county, and we are ready for that audit. We take great pains to ensure that our deliverables are met and that we apply for things that we know we can be successful at. Tulleyburg Press is a nonprofit publishing company that started in 2012, and our most successful book to date has been My Spiritual Walk as a Wolfhound, a Grunt in Vietnam, and the author of that book was here today as part of the Carl Ross Post. That book has changed that man's life. It has helped him become a public speaker and a mentor for kids around the community as well as his fellow veterans. He comes to Delta College and talks about his experience in Vietnam. And if I don't do anything else with Tulleyburg Press, the fact that I have helped him become the man he is today to overcome some of his issues is enough. But that said, Tulleyburg Press not only publishes local authors, but we provide all kinds of creative writing and book art services through The Right Place, which is in downtown Stockton. And the money that you have given that nonprofit over time has leveraged funds from the city, from the state, and we just received notification today from the Community Foundation for a capacity building grant that would allow us to get money from the National Endowment for the Arts to create a week-long literary festival that will cover the entire county and all the ethnic groups to provide people with a voice and an opportunity to learn from one another through the written and spoken word. And I'm very excited about the degree of accomplishments that we have had since we started in 2012. One of the things that has been pivotal has been pushing our arts nonprofit into the mental health realm. So we work with community medical centers, we work with the San Joaquin Pride Center, we work with the San Joaquin Housing Authority. So we are considered their literary language arts supplement in terms of providing mental health services for people. And that's why I appreciate your funding and your support. Thank you.
No, good to see you again, by the way.
Thank you.
No, you brought up an interesting point, and I was going to kind of direct it back to Supervisor Rickman for clarification. When we're talking about audits, we're not, the way I understood it in conversations, I'm not necessarily talking that the money's come in and they're spent correctly as proposed. But auditing for results, what was the intentional, the intention of the board, the direction of the board? What do we want to do in the county? Have we eliminated human beings on the streets? Have we put them in shelters? Not how many meals we've served, books we've distributed. How did we attack the problem? And Supervisor Rickman, if I'm correct, I mean, you're looking at more than just whether the money was spent correctly, but whether we have a defined goal and we're meeting those goals.
Correct.
Bring it to like a grassroots level, that we take the funding seriously and we seek to deliver 100% of what we are looking to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Mendelson.
Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity, not only to speak to you today, but also to staff for the recommendation of ESG funds for homeless prevention and rapid rehousing dollars. I completely agree that we need to be results oriented. And so I wanted to share some of the results, not only of this particular project in the past, but in general about the agency that operates it. This particular program alone, even though it's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, does help a fair amount of people. During the last 12 months, the San Joaquin County ESG prevention rehousing program has either prevented the homelessness or moved out of homelessness into permanent housing 24 households and 65 people. That's an average of about $1,400 per person. If you're looking at a per person assisted bang for your buck, that includes all of the funds in that program that go toward staff to actually deal with people, the actual rental assistance that actually keeps people in housing or puts people in housing, the operational overhead. That's the whole thing. Nothing is hidden. These programs that you're approving today, not just for us, but for shelters and other service programs, they don't operate in a vacuum. These are, in fact, leveraged and enhanced by the other things that the agencies do. Take, for example, Central Valley Housing. That same most recent 12-month period, we provided prevention services for 191 households or 484 people. So these ESG dollars are leveraged and enhanced by other funding sources. So that's 191 households in those past 12 months that did not end up in a shelter, that did not end up on the streets because of those programs and the investments that you've made. Last calendar year, Central Valley Housing moved 492 households off of the streets and out of shelters into permanent housing. Plus, we kept another 370 people in permanent housing programs in addition to the prevention, and the vast majority of those folks were chronically homeless when they entered the programs, long-term homeless, permanently disabled individuals. I just want to make the point that all of these programs and all these investments are really linked together. The prevention programs that you authorize reduce the burdens on shelters and outreach teams. The shelters provide immediate emergency help and get people ready for housing programs. And the rapid rehousing programs and permanent housing programs provide exits from the shelters in the streets so people aren't trapped there forever. And so I'm really appreciative of this opportunity and also future opportunities to work with you, the CAO, neighborhood preservation, to demonstrate these type of results, not just for one agency, but for the county writ large. Thank you.
John, you can keep talking if you like. No, you can keep talking if you like.
Nope, that was perfect.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone else who'd like to address the, I know, pretty good. Anyone else who'd like to address the board? I see none. I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions from the board? With that being said, would anyone like to make a motion? I see Supervisor Cannon would like to speak.
Yeah, I'm just making it clear. I'm not questioning people's programs. Obviously, with my discretionary money, you know what I mean? I'm helping the symphony because I think arts and literature are great for our community. And how do we make change and make sure that people, like the folks that do go to the symphony, that we can get more young people involved? I mean, I'm an arts and music person at heart. I'm an educator. My family's a bunch of teachers, and I get it. But I mean, we're here, and Mr. Mendelson was talking about the interagency, getting along. I don't see it. I mean, and I need to see it because I've been doing it. I started looking in the continuum of care and how that's ran. And I mean, and I get it. There's HUD rules for how it needs to be done, but holding people accountable to do their jobs and make sure that it's done right and that there is leadership so that I know when the, behavioral health has money for housing and, COGS want to get into housing and all these different pots of money, are they being spent correctly and are they going to folks, to help save the issue? We're doing the HAP funding. The statistics and the data when we were doing the outreach was awful. So the numbers from the state were horrific. And and then you wonder why we're not doing a good job because we don't have the numbers. I mean, we're talking about the pit count and the numbers are going to be way, way worse than we anticipated. And I don't know if we didn't count them correctly the last time. So it's just a call to order that, we need to do a better job. That's all I'm saying. I'm not questioning everybody on this list. There's people that make money and professionally pick these, so I'm trusting that process. So, and I appreciate the work that you do because most of our kids, if they can't read by 3rd grade, then they're in a world of hurt. So for me, that this money for good folks and running the programs, it's not blasting you for that and coming here and asking for money because nonprofits need to get funding wherever they can get it. but I just want people to be held accountable and explain what you do and how you do it. And how, you know what I mean? For a lot of us, I'm sure they didn't know what you did. And that was the thing. And I've been following you since the beginning because I was at the city. So those are the things. How are we doing it? Are we making a difference in people's lives is all I want. So I'm not putting you on blast, and it wasn't, to put you on blast to get defensive. I'm doing a hell of a job because that's not the intent. I just want people to do a better job and do their job so that the people that we're supposed to represent and serve get represented and served.
Okay, anyone else like to speak? At this time, I'll accept the motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second, and the vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for that presentation. Moving on to discussing general government, Board of Supervisors, board discussion to partner with the City of Stockton and approve a Swenson Park Family Center joint venture partnership investment of $393K plus a 10% contingency funded by the contingency provision budget, 4/5 votes required. Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Canepa, the floor is yours.
Chairman, we have a split joint effort going forward between my office and Supervisor Canepa. We both have this spectacular idea, and we have representatives from Kemper Golf to come forward. I'll just read briefly something that we've worked on. We are, myself, District 3 and District 2, as we were talking about earlier, what's family entertainment, what's for activity for kids to do. There used to be golf land, there used to be 2 roller skate arenas, there used to be multiple activities that you could do and recreate, and that's narrowed down. So we're looking at this public-private partnership. It's a proposed joint venture with the City of Stockton. They have to do their part, but we're going to set the course here, no pun intended, but working with Kemper Golf to create a family recreation and activity center. Taking the lead on this project, again, myself and Supervisor Canepa in his district, since 1952, a little bit of history, Swenson Golf Park has been an absolute pillar in our community, providing much needed public facility for locals throughout recreation and creative events. There'll be multiple benefits. We're looking at recreation, family entertainment, skill development, enhanced engagement and entertainment, as well as putting together something that might be even weather resistant and again enhancing and stepping up. So we've got one of our PGA pros from Kemper Golf, Mr. Joe Smith, and I believe you have a presentation to give to us for the board's consideration. Microphone. There you go.
So I am Joe Smith. I'm the general manager at Swenson Park Golf Course here in town. We were introduced to the opportunity for this from Supervisor Patty and put together a proposal and information on a family center at Swenson, which I'm very excited about with my love of junior golf and everything involved in our community. So I believe the first page, is this me? Yeah, it worked. Supervisor Patty just covered everything here about Swenson and its role in the community and how it's been around since 1952. We believe that the additions to the Swenson property of a miniature golf course and a covered, say, Top Golf style driving range on a very smaller scale would bring families and bring the overall enjoyment and some recreation back to our city since the loss of golf land and facilities like that in our city and county. This is the aerial view of Swenson Park Golf Course parking lot. The location of the miniature golf course would be there in the yellow square. It's roughly 16,000 square feet. It's just behind our 18th green and our 11th tee box. It's on the south side of the parking lot and just to the west of Alexandria Street across from Lincoln High School. Some of the benefits of miniature golf that we have seen and doing a bunch of research here is family bonding is number one from everybody we talk to. I know from a personal standpoint, my son is a competitive diver and we travel the country with him, and the first thing we do in every city we get into is look for a miniature golf course because it's the one thing that my son, my wife, my daughter, and I can all go do together and have a great time. Physical activity, we get people outdoors. I think being outdoors is one of the most important things we can do for our juniors and development of life and skills outside. The social interaction with our junior programs and everything we do, working with the First Tee of San Joaquin, is about the interaction and development of social interaction between the juniors. Skill development, obviously, is something that's very passionate in my heart because I'm a PGA professional. The miniature golf course definitely will allow us to look at things a little different while we're teaching juniors, giving them skills not only on the golf course, but also in the core values of life, such as judgment and teamwork and respect. The educational value of it, a lot of miniature golf courses have things throughout the miniature golf courses like dinosaurs, castles, stuff like that, that spark interest. We're looking at what we can do to possibly add that kind of interest into things for juniors as they come out to use the facility. Like I said, with my family, the access to this to every skill level is incredible. It introduces people to golf in a way that is non-intimidating and just fun. It's affordable entertainment. Golf can tend to be a little bit on the expensive side unless you're controlling the costs well. The idea of a miniature golf course being $8 to $20 to play instead of $20 to $120 something dollars, which in our county right now is the going rate for different golf courses in the area. Like I said, when we travel with my family, the experiences I've had at different miniature golf courses with my family are some of the best memories I have of that trip, regardless of how my son competed during that trip. In addition to that, we would like to add a driving range family center. So in the pictures here, these are from a couple places in Kentucky. It's a Top Tracer range. It is basically a scaled down version of Top Golf, if anybody's ever been to Top Golf. The idea is to build a 12-bay covered area at Swenson Park on our existing driving range with lights and patio areas and some other amenities. Also using areas for party rentals, using areas for a First Tee classroom, and the First Tee of San Joaquin is the nonprofit junior organization that works with inner city youth to bring them to our facility, and now they would have a classroom as well in this area. This is a rendering of what a Top Tracer bay looks like. It's just 3 bays covered, and there's a lot of technology in it. We would add some patio furniture and some amenities to make it welcoming to families and everybody involved. Same thing as with the miniature golf. There's a lot of reasons to add this as well. The interactive learning, it's gamifying golf to a level that kids understand. I think adults will have a lot of fun with it too, but there's games that Top Tracer does. My favorite so far with the juniors that I've seen is they log into the system, create a profile, and they get a fishbowl, and they start hitting golf balls out, and they're basically catching fish for their fishbowl. And the game will tell you something to the effect of, there's this fish out there, so they start trying to hit balls certain distances, at the same time learning the skill and learning the game. They're having fun playing games. You can play Angry Birds on this. You can sink a pirate ship. There's all kinds of things. And the next time they log in, they can look at their fishbowl and see what new fishes are out there. They can also share that as a competition with their friends and do other social interacting that way. It's a super engaging experience because you're in complete control of what it is when you're out there as far as gamification of it. The skill development, again, as a PGA professional, very important. It'll show me numbers that my eyes can't see when I'm just watching a golf swing. It'll tell me how fast the club's moving, how fast the ball's moving, where the club came from, etc. So that's very exciting for our teachers and for the skill development of the juniors that want to continue into the game. Extremely family friendly. Again, these are all games that anybody of any skill level, any background, anything can play these games and hit a golf ball 12 feet and you can get points for it. It's amazing. You can swing and miss and get points for it. It's pretty great. Accessible to all the skill levels. Again, the visual feedback is right there on the screen as you hit a ball, and it shows you everything that it is. The competition is super fun. Like I said, you can take your friends and family out there, and if the supervisors want to go out there with me, we can set up a game of Angry Birds, and whoever gets the most points after 5 shots wins that round and maybe has to buy a round. The weather protection is great for us. The last 4 of the last 5 years, we've had a lot of early season rain in the area, which has really put a long halt to our junior season. We like to start in February. We haven't been able to start now until April or May every year. So we've lost 8 weeks, roughly, the last 4 of the last 5 years on starting our junior program. So with all that being said, both the miniature golf course and everything would bring in, hopefully, what's on the picture there, families and everything. I know it will. We have nothing in the area anymore. The closest thing to us that is even remotely close is a Boomers in Modesto. I am very much looking forward to being the leader on this project, to partnering with the city and the county on what we can do to make this work for all of us and collaborate in a way that is so beneficial to not only the golf course, but our community at large. I'm very big on what we can do at our golf course for the community, not just the golf course. And it's exciting to have the opportunity to do this for our community. So thank you very much for your time, and anything I can do to answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Canepa.
No, Joe, thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you, Supervisor Patty. It's obviously in my district and my backyard, but I think it's important to get kids outside, and this partnership is huge. Between the city, the county, and Kemper Golf, I think it's a win-win for everybody. I just hope you can keep it within this cost, so I'm hoping your numbers are good, because it seems like a really good deal. And not to be a naysayer, but I can't wait for this program to get started and get this funded and the ground broken, and so we can have miniature golf and year-round, obviously better access for young people. So thank you.
No problem. Any other speaker? Well, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to really appreciate Supervisor Canepa, Vice Chair Canepa, and Chief of Staff, Ms. Calder, as well as my own Chief of Staff, Anderson, for working on this. And it's a collaborative effort. And I know that our Vice Chair had started off, and you guys are going to get a new fence. That's something that that Supervisor Canepa had started off when he was at the city, and that's just now coming to fruition. So, this is just the levels of engagement and how to enhance and improve. I know I spoke some of the talk points at the beginning, because it's just a win-win, and we can never say it enough of the benefits of bringing this in. What's the potential timeline? And I know the other partner in this would be the city, if they were going to contribute money. Getting an update from them, I think the end of June is when they were looking that they could access and approve if it's to go through. But there's some excitement in the city as well, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, absolutely. So luckily with Kemper Sports, we have a good partnership with the Cover the Tee group that they're ready to go once we push the button. They build it basically like a Lego set in their warehouse, ship it, and then rebuild it on our property. So that won't take much time. The timeline for Top Tracer is not much of an install. The timeline, now that we have a couple people that we can talk to about the miniature golf course, maybe a little bit of the delay. But we are hoping, if funding happens, say like July, like you're saying, September, October, November, really breaking ground and being ready in November.
Wow, that's exciting. Really, thank you. You showed a location with the trees as the company that you would be utilizing to create the course. Have they come over and done a site visit, and there may be an adjustment or a change? Or are they loving what you're showing as a possibility? At one point, Swenson used to have miniature golf, and that was lost years ago.
So same area where the miniature golf was before, and it was all pop-up miniature golf before on wooden slabs, and AstroTurf just rolled on the wooden slabs. It's nice. There's electrical out there, so we'll be able to refit some LED lights and use the same area. To answer your question about the trees, my superintendent and I have walked the area and looked at it. There is some tree trimming that will have to be done. That is part of the expenditure already in there, as far as the infrastructure needs to get this built, because there's some concrete and some electrical and some other things that are going to have to be done for the infrastructure first, and part of that is the tree work on the miniature golf area.
Excellent. Well, again, I appreciate this coming to the board. Myself and Supervisor Canepa are thrilled for the board to consider this, and we'd ask for your support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I want to say thank you to these two supervisors who thought of this idea. It's a great idea, because the game of golf, I've been playing since I was 4 years old, and if any of my board members want a lesson from me, let me know. We'll teach you guys.
I got you.
Yeah, it's a great game. Teaches kids manners, etiquette, and so you'll learn it, play the rest of your life. And I appreciate what you do at Swenson for a lot. I know you help a lot of kids learn how to play the game. So this is a win-win for everyone. Supervisor Ding would like to comment.
Yeah, I would. Supervisor Patty Canapa, thank you. I mean, this is, it's improving, the recreation and excitement. You guys picked up the ball and ran. The other thing, the best thing on the reason to have miniature golf and top flight or whatever you call the other. These kids can't hold a phone and golf at the same time. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to open public comment.
Thank you.
Anyone like to comment on this item? Anyone? I see no one. I'll close public comment. Any final thoughts or motions to accept?
Chair, I also want to recognize the CAO's office. Thank you for facilitating and bringing this forward to the board for our consideration.
Great. Thank you, Sandy.
Want to make a motion?
Yes. One of you guys.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. Supervisor Dean, did you want to speak? Okay. The motion is approved 5-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone. Moving on to item number 2, the CEO's office, a board discussion to consider transferring neighborhood preservation to the Human Service Agencies and provide direction to staff. Mr. Regallo.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And so I'm here to present, Chairman and members of the board, I will be presenting this item, which is the potential transfer of the neighborhood preservation to the Human Services Agency. Before I get started, I would like to thank our 2 directors, Human Services Agency Director, Mr. Chris Woods, and our Healthcare Services Agency Director, Mr. Greg Dieterich. Thank you very much for your input on this item. And I'd also like to thank my staff who actually did all the work for me and compiled all the information for the board letter and presentation. Mr. Josh Branco, who is the CAO analyst for HSA, Jennifer Van Stein, the CAO analyst for Healthcare Services Agency, and my Chief Deputy, Brenda Kiley. So I really appreciate everyone's effort on this. So I will start with providing you with some background of the neighborhood preservation responsibilities. They plan and coordinate the county's grant-funded housing and community development programs. Neighborhood preservation administers housing services through contracted providers and is not a direct service provider. They perform the same function for the San Joaquin County continuum of care. On December 8th of 2020, the board transferred neighborhood preservation from the Community Development Department to the Healthcare Services Agency. At the time, the consolidation allowed closer integration of neighborhood preservation initiatives with healthcare services areas such as behavioral health services, public health, veteran services, and whole person care. On April 15th, the board's ad hoc homeless advisory committee convened to discuss neighborhood preservation's role and organizational alignment. At the conclusion of my presentation, I would recommend that the board discuss the transfer of neighborhood preservation to the Human Services Agency and provide direction to staff. So as you know, homelessness is one of the board's strategic priorities with goals of increasing shelter bed capacity and permanent supportive housing. The Ad Hoc Homeless Advisory Committee is actively seeking innovative ways to address homelessness, and neighborhood preservation is an important part of these initiatives. Okay, I'd like to now go over the rationale of transferring neighborhood preservation to Human Services Agency, and then I'll go over why the board may want to keep neighborhood preservation in the Healthcare Services Agency. So HSA has become increasingly involved in providing housing and homelessness prevention services and are responsible for 6 such programs. So CalWORK's Housing Support, CalWORK's Homeless Assistance, Bringing Families Home, housing and disability advocacy, home safe, and community care expansion. HSA also has the experience with the service delivery model used by neighborhood preservation. First Five was transferred from our office, the CAO office, to HSA in 2009-10. While the specific programs differ, they both have teams primarily composed of accounting and analyst staff to deliver services through contracted providers. There may also be opportunities to coordinate services, particularly for families eligible for CalWORKS assistance programs. Now, there are potential benefits to leaving neighborhood preservation under the Healthcare Services Agency. Mental illness and substance use are risk factors for homelessness best addressed by healthcare services. The 2022 point-in-time count found 30% of unsheltered homeless persons had a mental health issue or a problem with substance abuse or both. Neighborhood preservation's integration with healthcare services allows for cooperative planning with behavioral health services to utilize multiple funding sources for housing projects serving behavioral health services clients that are homeless or at risk of homelessness. If neighborhood preservation is transferred, Human Services Agency will need to collaborate with behavioral health, whole person care, public health services, and correctional health services to provide these necessary wraparound services. If this was to move, there is no anticipated increase associated with the potential change in the reporting structure. There may be costs associated with related activities, such as relocating staff, but these impacts are not yet determined. There may also be future requests for additional position allocations to address neighborhood preservation's increasing role and workload. So my recommendation would be to discuss the potential transfer of neighborhood preservation to the Human Services Agency and approve the attached resolution amending the department allocation listing and transferring the Neighborhood Preservation Division budget from the Healthcare Services Agency to the Human Services Agency and direct the Human Services and Healthcare Services Agencies to implement the transfer or decline to approve the attached resolution, which means neighborhood preservation would not be transferred to HSA. And if approved, HR will work with the impacted labor groups to discuss any impacts from the decision. So that's it for my presentation, and I'm available, and the department heads are also available to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions from the board? I see none. I'm going to open public comment. Anyone from the members of the audience would like to question? Any questions of the board? I see one. Come on down, Mr. Mendelson.
Thank you again, supervisors. I don't really have a position on which county department is better suited to host neighborhood preservation. I can tell you that as a subrecipient of funds through both health services and HSA programs that both have strong leadership, are experienced working with healthcare services, and that leadership has been extremely positive, as has working with the leadership and the analysts at HSA. What I wanted to bring forward is just the hard work that neighborhood preservation staff do on a regular basis. These are the people who are actually responsible for making sure that agencies in the community can impact programs such as programs surrounding homeless assistance. People like Jeanette Palomares, Nancy Perez, Norma Andrade, and Natasha Garcia is now part of it, and many others who I'm forgetting and not mentioning today. I apologize to all of them, but they do very hard work, complicated work, that make sure this community and this county can deliver services to our most needy residents. And so I just want to lift up and publicly appreciate the work that they do. And I hope that in the decision that you're making, whichever way you decide is the best structure for the county, that you consider the impacts of this potential move on those people and the work that they do, because the more disrupted the work that they do is, sorry, that's terrible phrasing, but the more disrupted their work and situation is, that has impacts down the line for the ability to deliver services on a timely basis out in the community. So again, I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the consideration of this decision. I appreciate the neighborhood preservation staff, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anyone else would like to address the board? Please come forward. Good morning.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair and Supervisors. CAO. Integrating neighborhood preservation with healthcare services agency is a strategic and insightful decision. The synergy among the organizations allows the agency to harness its extensive network of health and community services and resources to tackle the social drivers critical to our community's health. Our health and well-being largely depend upon the environment within which we live and include determinants like access to shelter, food, clothing, also social connection, community safety, transportation, economic opportunities, and other building blocks for good health. Healthcare services agencies are all of the many agencies, behavioral health, correctional health, substance use, public health, including neighborhood preservation, are all well positioned to address and realize, or address these critical health issues and realize improvements to our health and our community. With leadership within these agencies has been instrumental in fueling collaborative efforts that span various sectors within our community. They cultivate trust and partnerships that have led to cooperation and innovative solutions to serve our San Joaquin County residents. Healthcare Services Administration's exemplary resource management weaves together diverse funding sources, and they work in tandem with the stakeholder partners and the communities they serve to maximize effectiveness and efficiency to bring about projects that beautify and activate green spaces that, and in particular, Williams Brotherhood Park in South Stockton, which not only improved the park, but it also gave the community members a sense of pride of place and commitment to continue to beautify and care for their area. It also brings about safety. This directly contributes to well-being of individuals and their communities, and Healthcare Services has facilitated the development of multiple housing initiatives with units, with wraparound services, bringing all of the pieces together so that we have a full circle solution for our most needy individuals. And they've mobilized numerous teams to educate on and combat chronic and infectious diseases, improve food security, increase access and utilization to health services, especially behavioral and mental health, to name a few. And in closing, I'd just like...
You can keep speaking if you like.
Okay. I'd just like to say that I know many of our leaders here are people of great faith, deep understanding, and fairness. So I'm just asking that you please give your thoughtful and prudent consideration to the decision you will make about moving neighborhood preservation as a disruption to the leadership, especially at this juncture of growth in our community, of collaboration, of people coming together and wanting to work together for the greater good. It will jeopardize the trusted relationships and partnerships that Healthcare Services Agency has established and is cultivating with our stakeholders and community, and it would most likely result in unfavorable impact to the collective synergy and momentum and progress we see, especially when working together is essential. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to address the board? Please come forward.
Chairman, Supervisors, Fred Shield with the Stand Affordable Housing Program. I thought when you decided to move neighborhood preservation over to healthcare services, it was a pretty dumb idea a bunch of years ago. I'm proud to, I want to tell you that I was wrong and you guys were right at that time. As a provider to permanent supportive housing to the homeless, your neighborhood healthcare services understands with behavioral health and with public health, they understand the needs of the homeless community. And it's been a good relationship. I don't know how it would work under Human Services Agency. I don't know. But just it has worked for us. For neighborhood preservation, they have been understaffed for years. We have worked with them doing single-family rehab in blighted houses in your poorer neighborhoods for 25 years. Ever since the 2008 housing collapse, you've been at staffing there has been very short. Chris Becerra resigned here last year. She was a long-term employee there. You lost a lot of institutional knowledge when you lost her. That's no criticism of current staff whatsoever. You need what you have, you need more. You are not going to go out into the marketplace and find people that know housing, that know the work that has to be done here. They're just not out there. Melanie, who just worked for the city, directing their homeless program, she'd been there a year, maybe a little more. She's already left and gone somewhere else. So you need to take care of the people that are there in neighborhood preservation, and you need to get them more support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the board?
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Lizette Webb, and I am here to speak on behalf of neighborhood preservation staff. Along with the many questions that we have regarding the transfer, we also have some concerns. Healthcare Services Agency has many divisions, and Neighborhood Preservation Division serves homeless clients through various nonprofit organizations. To better serve our clients in need, we need to be able to connect them with resources. Mental health is one of the primary causes of homelessness, and for that reason, we need to be able to collaborate with behavioral health services, correctional health services, emergency medical services, public guardian and veteran services, and especially whole person care, who connects homeless people to all of these services and resources. Our director's comprehensive knowledge across all of these divisions is an asset to neighborhood preservation. He reviews all plans and can connect people to potential projects. Since moving to healthcare services, we have successfully completed various projects, such as the construction of Sonora Square, Park Center, the Haven of Peace expansion project, and we have purchased multiple homes for the encampment project. As mentioned, neighborhood preservation recently transferred over to healthcare services from community development. Since that move, we only have 2 of the original staff remaining that transitioned from community development. It has been a long transition, and we are still recovering from the recent move. We have learned from this experience that moving lowers morale and can create obstacles not only for staff, but for clients as well. It poses a significant challenges and disruptions to our operations. Even with advance notice and time to prepare, it takes a long time before everyone is caught up, and doing a second change in just a couple of years adds another stage for people to get lost in. Even now, within the county, people are still learning that neighborhood preservation moved from community development Stockton location. Mail mix-ups still occur frequently, and there are still clients and vendors that send payments and invoices to wrong departments, addresses, or both. Organizational structure aside, it is important for people to know where they can go, who they can talk to, and where they need to conduct their business without having it change from underneath them. In conclusion, the staff of Neighborhood Preservation is respectfully asking the board, please do not transfer us again. Let us continue to grow under the direction and the department that you placed us in 2 years ago. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to address the board?
Good afternoon. My name is Tarandeep Kaur. As a committed member of Neighborhood Preservation Department, I'm here to express my strong support for retaining our current department structure and location rather than undergoing the proposed change to be absorbed into HSA and relocated to a different site. Neighborhood Preservation is a cohesive team and has consistently delivered exceptional results. I firmly believe that disrupting this dynamic would be detrimental to both our productivity and morale. Moving our department to a new location poses significant challenges and disruption to our daily operations. It would not only disrupt the familiarity and comfort of our current workspace, but also introduce logistical hurdles that could impede our ability to effectively collaborate and communicate with other teams. Furthermore, the proposed relocation could potentially result in increased commute times and logistical inconveniences for many of our team members, leading to decreased morale and job satisfaction. This could ultimately hinder our ability to achieve our goals and fulfill our responsibility to the best of our abilities. Our clients rely on us to be accessible and responsive of their needs, and relocating to another location would make it difficult for them to access our services and support they depend on. Many of our individuals and families we serve may already face barriers to accessing resources, and relocating our department would only aggravate these challenges. I understand that change is necessary sometimes for growth and adaptation in a dynamic organizational environment. However, I believe in this instant, the potential benefits of the proposed changes do not outweigh the risk and disruption they entail. Instead, I urge the board to reconsider alternative strategies for achieving the county's objective while preserving the integrity and effectiveness of our department. Neighborhood preservation. I respectfully request the Board of Supervisors to reconsider their decision to move neighborhood preservation to HSA. Maintaining our current structure and location will allow us to continue delivering exceptional results and contributing to the county's success in a manner that is both efficient and sustainable. Thank you for taking the time to consider my perspective on this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to address the board?
Good morning, afternoon, not sure what time it is. Krista Pfizer, CEO of Prevail and also current chair of the COC. As you make your considerations today, I just want to highlight some of what I have heard about the leadership, management, and accountability that we need in homeless services. And I also just want to reiterate that as chair over the past few months, there's been a growing need and desire to have more leadership at the county level and more representation as part of the conversations. And so just want to put that in front of you today and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to address the board? Dave Madura.
Well, first of all, our 98% of our staff has come from the streets. And the statistic that came across that only 30% have drug abuse problems, I dispute that statistic immensely. And I think anybody that's out in the streets and is working with the people in the streets would also agree with that on a day. So, but if you're asking me from a street thing and you're talking to me, hey, do you do drugs? Well, of course they're not going to tell you they do drugs, you know. But the truth is, what we see is this is what happens on the regular. I want to say this, that Jeanette and Greg and all those guys over in that department have done a great job of working and servicing. I don't set in your vantage point to be able to see everything that you guys see, but I do want to say that they've done a great job over the years trying to make everything to facilitate to have happen in a way that expedites the services for the community in San Joaquin County. And I applaud the hard work that they've done. And just ran into Chris Becerra the other day. Her daughter's a neighbor of mine, and she's enjoying her retirement, but she knows that it was a big shoes to fill, and Jeanette's been doing a great job doing that. But I want to say thank you to you guys and your consideration of it. You have a lot to think about, but I think it's a much higher number than 30%. It's much higher when you take that into account.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to address the board? I see none. I'll close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I have to ask for Director Woods to come down because we are talking about HSA. And first, as he comes down, let me be, I love when I say crystal clear because that means I'm very definitive about something. Where's Director Dietrich? Right there. I want to thank you for the effort. This used to be a community development, which is housing and our growth and planning and permitting and such. And a couple of years ago, you took this on because you oversee the health care services, which is we see the mission statements and you look at neighborhood preservation, it has much more to do with housing than healthcare services, even though there's the integration. But the work you do, the effort, the energy that you put into the myriad of things, it's my understanding, being here 7+ years now, as I like to openly proclaim in my twilight year, that I truly appreciate all the work and effort that you put in. And so as this conversation happens, there's not a negative mark in any capacity, but it's recognizing myself and Supervisor Canema, we're part of the ad hoc committee of homelessness and services and seeing and trying to analyzing gaps and such. So we're trying to make what fits, what's a good adjustment. But making a move is not a knock in any way, shape, or form. Your plate is full. You've got hospital, you've got EMS, you've got ALS, you've got healthcare clinics, you've got a campus that's a vision that you're bringing forward. The myriad of things you're working on is incredible. We, as the governors of the county, have to look at how we best utilizing our great assets and really allocating the best positioning so that we're enhancing. We're not changing. Everybody here from neighborhood preservation that thinks like, the sky is falling, the doom is going to happen, you may have to drive somewhere different, there's going to be different leaderships, different members, different everything. It's not. You're here. You're doing a great job. We're looking to enhance and maximize these levels of support you have and the levels of engagement and integration in with continuum of care and the purpose. And if we look at on our online, we have under San Joaquin County, the San Joaquin County Neighborhood Preservation Division administers the county's U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD grant programs, and other state and federal grant programs. In the administration of these programs, the Neighborhood Preservation Division also operates housing, rehabilitation, and home ownership programs. It is the intent of Neighborhood Preservation Division to provide the organization, vision, and means by which citizens have access to programs to improve their standard of living, which includes the preservation and increased vitality of neighborhoods. That's phenomenal. I am looking forward to maximizing and enhancing all of that. So as it was mentioned, the partnership that currently exists with Neighborhood Preservation and Healthcare Services, Director Woods, is there any concern you would have that if the board so chooses and brings neighborhood preservation under HSA, is there any concern that all of a sudden there would be a silo, there'd be an isolation, walls would be formed, and there would be zero or less or a decrease in any capacity, the integration of services in the county from behavioral health, from our mental health, our healthcare services? Do you believe that there's anything that would be that brick wall that would be like, whoa, hey, listen, we understand as Mr. Madura had talked about, we know that there's higher needs than perhaps even 30% for drug and substance abuse issues for people living homeless. I'm under the belief, and I'm going to answer this and please validate it, but I'm under the belief that we are a fine-tuned machine. We integrate. You work with other directors in different departments and divisions, and we work together collaboratively. Would that be your impression that moving this over, you would still have continuity?
Good afternoon, board members again, through the chair. Yes, I mean, we integrate and work closely with Healthcare Services now through various programs, and that would not end.
Excellent. And I appreciate that. I'd also like to further note, Chair, through the chair, our CAO, Mr. Regalo, the methodical, very careful consideration that you and your staff got without a single objective or goal other than to come forward to the board with an option to consider. But having met with you yesterday, myself and Supervisor Vice Chair Canepa, to sit down and chat and review this option, you and your staff that worked diligently and in a very quick amount of time. We really asked for this to come forward, not July, not August, but as you know, the clock is ticking and I asked for it sooner than later and you guys delivered. So I want to really compliment you, the job you're doing, and your staff for really stepping in and doing a very methodical approach on this. So thank you. I don't know if you have anything to add on that, but.
Yeah, no, I thanked our department heads and my staff who actually did all the work. So I really appreciate it. But yes, it's up to the board. We wanted to bring you, the pros of going to HSA and then hopefully the pros of leaving it where it is. So now I know the board has to decide.
And based on the discussion and the presentation, you looked at, even just several years ago, Director Woods, you guys were not doing a fraction of the housing things that are now integrated into HSA as pointed out through the presentation. That's correct?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, that's correct. So we have a number of CDSS funded programs serving children, families, and older adults.
And that just landed on your lap. Can you tell us a little bit of information about how you've integrated, what type of actions that that's new in the last, just a couple of years?
So our program serving homeless individuals are, again, geared towards children and families and older adults. CDSS, the California Department of Social Services, really opened up the spigot in the last number of years to provide funding to human services agencies. We've stepped into that space. We don't provide direct services around housing. We do contract out to community-based organizations and work with other partnering county departments. So.
But you've already got, when it comes to grants and it goes to the pursuit and the ongoing, I would say that there's an ever-changing sea of not only regulations but also federal or state opportunities for funding. Do you have a staff that pursues this?
Yes. So, and for example, Mr. Mendelson was up here representing Central Valley Income Housing. He's one of our organizations that implements our Housing Works program for our CalWorks customers, and just one of the many vendors that we work with throughout the county.
So you already have ongoing relationships?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. And by the way, I want to appreciate Mr. Mendelson coming in and speaking on behalf, and everybody that spoke, because this is one of the great challenges in a humanitarian crisis, and we step up and work very hard and take this very serious. I appreciate not only Chief of Staff Calder, but Supervisor Vice Chair Canepa and my own staff, Mike Anderson, working diligently on these issues. We're not done. We have more to do. But I also thank you, Director Woods, for being willing. You've got, 600-something employees at HSA?
So overall, my agency, we have 1,403 employees.
1,403.
Staff positions.
So if we were to bring over neighborhood preservation, you have dedicated resources and staffing opportunities, so they wouldn't be lost over there. They'd be more of an integration into your ongoing operation, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you. You didn't ask for this, but we've called and we're looking at possibilities as other counties have positioned their neighborhood preservation in HSA, moving it from community development over to HSA. So, Chair, at this time, that's all. I'm very much in full support of this option number 2, as presented. If there's going to be a motion later, I'd like to hear from other supervisors, but I like under recommendations from our CAO number 2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Our next speaker is Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, so as we spoke earlier last year when we had our forum for homelessness, the question always was leadership and how we're going to do, make the changes that we need to make the changes in. I think we have been underwhelmingly doing our job as the co-applicant in the continuum of care. And I understand that Adam had left and there was a void in leadership there for a while, and now Natasha's taken over the job. But I think I've seen multiple emails asking for funds to be released. And I think this is one of the pieces of the puzzle that's going to help us rise up a homeless department. And bringing it, and I apologize to the employees for having, if you do have to move again, that's a hardship, but I don't, anticipate that going well, but I apologize. So for me, it's how do we change it and make it better so that we can better serve homelessness and be the lead. We just gave a new position last week, or the last 2-3 weeks ago for another person. And so grants management is their primary role. So obviously doing first 5 grant management is a huge plus to moving it. But also for me is how do we better manage the homelessness part? And this is a big piece to that part. So I think by moving it, it allows us to not only have the services that Chris Woods and department supply, but how do we move this forward so that we have better leadership and allow them not only to run the COC better and figure out how we're going to manage that as the co-applicant, and then all the funding that goes through there as far as accountability and how it's spent, because there's questions that I've had and haven't been answered. We asked for the ad hoc with the cities, I don't know how long ago. We're still waiting on that. And it's just for me is how do we move the ball forward? Because everyone's doing a great job, don't get me wrong, but we need to do it collectively. And so by changing this, I think that it'll allow new leadership and possibly figuring out how to do a better job with not only the continuum of care, but money that's going through all of these programs. So I'm also in favor of moving it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I just have a couple questions. So Director Woods already has 1,400 employees, and he does an incredible job. So how do we expect, how are we going to support him in this new endeavor? Because he's already, I'm sure he's played his full every day, and if it doesn't work, I don't want it to be his fault. How do we support him?
Well, do you want me to try through the chair?
Yeah, for you, it'd be great.
And I don't expect us to blame him. I mean, I don't see it failing either. As in the presentation, I did say that there may be future requests for additional position allocations to address the needs and the increasing role and workload of neighborhood preservation. So whether it stays in healthcare services agency or human services agency, I would believe that either one of the directors may be looking at, we may need additional staffing.
Right.
So to help, if it did move to human services agency, I would imagine that Director Woods would take a look first, and let us know if there is additional staffing needs.
Well, in your opinion, Director Woods, would you say, this board were to say it's on your hands now, would you say you needed more staff and more funding, whatever you need?
So Chair Viapudua, based on my initial assessment, and I think regardless of where it's at, I think there will be additional requests for resources. I think that based on my assessment, I think neighborhood preservation is understaffed for the responsibility it has. I think that's demonstrated by some of the comments that have been made by the board this morning. And I think that that whether it's with healthcare services or HSA, that request would be forthcoming. And regardless, I report to the board. I'm your Human Services Agency Director, and I will implement the direction of the board.
Okay, well, I appreciate your attitude and everything. I just want to make sure you succeed. You're already succeeding, but we don't want to overburden you and without staff. I think we need to make sure he has the staff and the funding to be successful.
And I just, if I can add, I appreciate those comments and that sentiment. And there's certainly a significant learning curve having no background in neighborhood preservation to this point. So thank you.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Okay, at this time, we're going to open it for public comment. I already did public comment on. Yeah, you're right. Okay, then I guess we'll entertain a motion. Would you like to make a motion, sir? Motion. Yeah. Okay.
I make the motion to approve number 2.
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll have a vote, please. We have a first and a second.
I apologize, just to clarify, was that Patty or that seconded it?
Second by Supervisor Patty, yes. Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 3, I'm sorry. Accept the San Joaquin General Plan Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2023. Good morning, Mrs. Aguirre. Ms. Dolly and Mr. Gary.
Good morning, Chair,
How you doing?
members of the board. Thank you, Director Jennifer Jolly, Director of Community Development. I like to give myself a title, Director. Call myself that. We have a very short presentation for you. I do not believe this needs action, but we are required by the state to present this to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, and I have Megan Aguirre. She's our principal planner. She'll be doing the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. As required by Government Code, the Community Development Department is required to present annual progress reports, or APRs, for the general plan and the housing element portion of the general plan to the Board of Supervisors. Additionally, county staff must submit these reports to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and to the State of California's Department of Housing and Community Development. The general plan APR provides an update regarding the status of each specific program in the county's 2035 general plan related to new implementation tools, changes in funding sources, and feedback from monitoring activities. This report is free form, less detailed, and includes information about various county programs across multiple departments. Because the 6th cycle housing element update is still underway, the housing element APR focuses on the current 5th cycle housing element for the planning period from 2015 to 2023. Unlike the general plan APR, the housing element APR follows a more prescribed process with a specific form. All jurisdictions use the same form to submit housing data related to planning and building activities that translate into the county's progress towards meeting its share of the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. The report also requires a status update for each housing element program. For the 5th cycle, the county's RHNA allocation was 10,167 units total for all income levels together, based on projected population and household growth. Even with the higher residential building permit numbers for several of the planning years in the 5th cycle, only 4,447 units were constructed, which is approximately 43.7% of the county's RHNA allocation. Since San Joaquin County is primarily rural and agricultural in nature, there is very limited large-scale residential development in the unincorporated county outside of Mountain House. This makes it difficult to achieve the RHNA goal. However, staff continues to seek ways to meet the RHNA through grants and programs identified in the draft 6th cycle housing element update currently under review by the state. Staff is also working on alternative housing ideas, as recently directed by the board, to provide more options for the development of housing in San Joaquin County. The Community Development Department is recommending that the Board of Supervisors accept the General Plan Annual Progress Report for 2023 and accept the Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2023. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the board like to ask a question? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you. And thank you both for bringing this forward. It's always interesting to see the RHNA numbers. And, I bring this up, constantly. When you're talking about building more housing, and of course, everybody agrees that more housing is needed, supply and demand. But, the state, the governor, keeps pushing this on to, local government and for local government to fix, and local government being the counties and the cities. But for some reason, attending different conferences like CSAC, and you hear it across the board, and this isn't something that's new, but you look at some of the reasons that we have increased cost or why it is so hard to build housing. One of them, if you want to more affordable homes or to build housing faster, we have to reform CEQA. And that's comes on the state side. And that's been a call from many folks, many counties, many cities, many elected politicians to our state, and they just refuse to listen. I mean, they like to get up there in front of the TV and the cameras and, bash their fist on, the platform and how we're going to fix this, how to do that. But it's not on us. It starts on up top, and that's one of them is reform CEQA. The second is reduce the cost of living. I mean, that's something that I mentioned earlier today. The middle class or our families, no matter where you're from, groceries are costing more. Gas is outrageous. College is expensive. So, in order to buy homes, at least the way I did it, you saved your money until you could afford a down payment, and you put that down payment. Families now are living paycheck to paycheck. Again, reduce the cost of living is another way. And the rules and regulation, we talk about cost, but, you look at some of these regulations that come out. And this was mentioned when we were at a conference for CSAC, and somebody was mentioned, and they're absolutely right. The state keeps putting these different regulations on and rules. Like, for example, new housing has to have solar or sprinklers. Where do you think these costs go? You put in tens of thousands of dollars on a new house. The developer's not paying that. Or, well, he's paying it, but that cost is going to the consumer. So you're talking about higher housing prices. And, lastly, and this is a huge problem in the state, is insurance. And there was another, when we were at a conference, somebody was talking, is the developers. The insurance was tens of thousands of dollars to get their development started. Now these tens of thousands turned into hundreds of thousands of dollars. So a lot of the developers or the developments that were proposed are now being pulled back because they can't get insurance or the insurance is too high to pencil out. So if you want affordable housing, the state needs to, get their act together and start, dealing with some of these issues that are widespread. So with that being said, I just wanted to thank you, get off my high horse, but there's just so many different issues out there, and it's not just about going out there and grabbing a hammer and some permits and some pieces of wood and build a home. There's more that goes into it, and the state needs to enact some reforms in order to get this done. And I know we're all prepared to do what we need to do. I mean, you look at the county side, and Jennifer, the planning department, you guys are awesome. Everybody I've talked to that comes in here with permits, we're a lot faster than most areas, more faster than the cities usually, faster than other counties. We're here, we have a great customer service. We want to get things built. So again, thank you and your team for what you guys are doing. We appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else on the board like to speak? At this time, I'm going to open public comment. Anyone like to come forward and ask the board any questions? I see none. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anyone like to make a motion to approve?
Chair, motion to approve.
Is there a second? We have a first and a second. A vote, please. And it's approved 4-0. Thank you for that presentation. Have a wonderful day. I'm sure we'll see you guys shortly. Yeah. Okay, we're going to hear item number 5 before number 4. It's EDD. Approve relocation of $1,997,000 from the Small Business Assistance Grant Program to fund the Shop with San Joaquin program and approved sales source agreement with Blue Dot Technologies Incorporated to implement the Shop San Joaquin Program related budget adjustments. Good morning, Deputy President. How are you today? Good afternoon.
There we go. Sorry. Okay. Through the chair, members of the board, county administrator, county council, Patty Virgin, Executive Director for the Employment and Economic Development Department, E2D2. With me is my Deputy Director, Nicole Snyder. We will be proposing 2 targeted programs for reallocation of the remaining ARPA funds that were allocated to us to administer the small business assistant grants. The first one will be the Open Rewards program. This is a mobile application for consumers to support local businesses. Users can earn and redeem rewards by shopping at local establishments. Rewards incentivizes consumers to shop local, and it is a catalyst for economic revitalization for small business that are the backbone of our economy. We will have Sophia from Blue Dot Technologies here to explain the platform and how it will work for San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Okay, my name is Sophia Zhang, and I am the CEO and founder of Blue Dot Technologies, Inc. Blue Dot was actually built in 2019 inside a city hall. So through a 16-week partnership with the local city's economic development team, we've since developed a suite of technology solutions to support local cities and counties' economic development efforts. We're now used by over 180 cities and counties all throughout the country. And the solution that we're going to be focusing on today is called Open Rewards, the Shop Local app. In a nutshell, Open Rewards is a community-wide rewards program to incentivize consumers to spend money at the local businesses that are included in the program. Since launching this program across the country, it has really achieved tremendous results in stimulating local economy, keeping the local dollars local, as well as helping our local businesses attract new customers, as well as retain existing ones. One key aspect I want to highlight about this program is the fact that it has zero lift for all of the local businesses that are involved. Local businesses does not have to sign up. They don't have to learn a new system. They don't have to be tech savvy. They don't have to worry about training any of their cashiers or waiters and waitresses. The operational burden on our local businesses is capped to absolutely zero so that we can ensure as many local businesses that are eligible can be participate and can benefit as possible. It also minimizes a lot of chances for errors and for just frustration for all of the parties involved. So for us, this has been truly a game changer in launching the program in a new community like San Joaquin County. For a consumer, what they would do is that they can earn rewards anytime they shop at the local businesses that are involved in the program. We support all methods of payment, including credit cards, debit card, and cash. This is, again, to ensure that as many, it can be equitable and inclusive towards all the members of the community. Even if it's a business, it's cash only, they can still very much benefit from this county-sponsored program. Okay. The way to earn rewards is that a consumer would download the app from either the iPhone or the Android app stores on their phones, and then they would sign up and create a free account. From there, they have 2 ways of earning rewards. They can either link their credit card to the app, which will give them rewards automatically for their purchases, or they can use the app to take a photo of the receipt. So either way, it covers just about any way that somebody might be shopping locally, and it allows them to receive the rewards in their San Joaquin wallet within the app. From there, they can then redeem the rewards that they have earned by making another purchase at another local business that are also in the San Joaquin County program. To do this, they would, again, make another purchase and submit that in the app, and they would receive their redemption through their selected payout method. Here, we support Venmo, PayPal, Zelle, a check mailed to their house, whatever is the preferred method by each consumer is how they would get the redemption money. On the slide right now is a quick example of how this might work if we had a local consumer making a few purchases around town. So as you can see here, given the model of just a temporary model of, let's say, 50% rewards, this local consumer would earn a few purchases by shopping at a supermarket, by getting a gift from a mercantile, by visiting a restaurant, and then redeem the rewards that she has earned towards a, let's say, a Sunday brunch at another restaurant. So through these purchases, the investment in the form of rewards that she earned was just over $98, but the total economic impact in the form of revenue that she brought to all the 4 local businesses that she visited is over 322, right? So in this simplified example is why we're very excited about a rewards model and in its effect in incentivizing and motivating where consumers are shopping and spending their dollars. On the screen right now, you can see some screenshots from the app. On the home screen, this is where our users would take most of their actions when it comes to redeeming and earning rewards. In the middle, you will see this is our discovery view, where we would actually do all of the heavy lifting up front of populating all of the business profiles in the app, making sure that every single business has hours and has websites, has photos listed, and everyone is very presentable and looks very polished. And in the end, we also have a map view where consumers can see what are the businesses that are near them. Ever since launching this program across the country, including many communities in California, Las Vegas, Arlington County, Virginia, and so on and so forth, over 85% of our users have indicated that it has really positively influenced their decision to shop local. And from these quotes, as you can see on the screen here, we're really proud that the program has really meaningfully changed where consumers shop by checking out new businesses, by going back to an old favorite, right? So a lot of these are tangible feedback that we're receiving from our users, and these are exactly the kind of impact that we like to see. Of course, some testimonials from our business owners as well, seeing just a tremendous result from the program on their side on how it has helped them attract more customers and remain in business, especially for the local businesses that the ARPA program will support. This will be a tremendous impact to help all of them recover and get back on their feet when it comes to their customer base. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Sophia. She will be here to answer any questions you may have. So but I did want to finish up before you is the budget. So we would allocate $1 million for rewards to San Joaquin County consumers. There's some administrative fees for EEDD to oversee the program, some marketing, and let's see, the ARPA business qualifications. So we are proposing reward rate of 100%. So whereas in other areas, they've had a percentage of that dollar amount. So if they spend 50 in some areas, they're only getting reimbursed 10%. We're proposing 100%. If they spend 50, they get 50 back. With the $200 cap per year for each consumer. So they could spend up to $200 and get $200 back. We would do voucher codes for promotions. That's one of the things that this program would allow us to do. We're looking for a launch date of June 30th, 2024. We would have a comprehensive dashboard for tracking everything that is occurring through this program. So, there we go. All right, so before you is a recommendation. Let's start with any questions you may have for Sophia.
We do have a question from Supervisor Rickman.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to get this straight. So say if I spend $100 at Cannabis Car Wash, for example. Now, do I get $100 back?
For that first transaction, that you would be eligible for 50. So we're putting a $50 cap per transaction. So you spend 100, you would get 50 back.
That I would have to spend at that store? or just in
Sophia,
the county?
maybe you can answer
Yeah,
that.
once you earn the 50, you can then redeem that by making a second purchase at any of the other businesses that are also in the county. So you can go get dinner, get ice cream, whatever is the next one.
It says in here, redeem the reward for Sunday brunch. Do I have to have brunch?
No.
I'm just joking. Now, does it have to be in like the same zip code? So if I spend my money, say in Escalon, do I have to spend that money that I received back in Escalon, or?
No, it could
It
be
would
any
be
of
all
the
of San
other-
Joaquin counties.
Would you agree that probably 5th District is probably the best district to spend your money? So it's kind of like the rad card in a sense.
In a sense, yes, except that the one benefit here is the business does not have to do this. And that was one of the things that we did, the feedback that we did get back from business. There had only one person who could actually take payment for RAD, and then they had to keep retraining, and some businesses couldn't take advantage of it because they didn't have the technology, and even after we provided the technology, it was still hard for them to do it. So this is, we would identify the businesses, they would go get populated onto the app, and it would be an automatic.
And this is limited to, what is that, million something?
Correct.
And again, so it's not like the rad card. It's not going to be broken up like each city gets so much, or each.
That is correct. It would
right,
be
so
all of San Joaquin County, so they could shop throughout San Joaquin County.
No, I like it. I think it's a great program, very proactive. Of course, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. Whatever we can help our small businesses, mostly in this environment today, and where people are struggling, whatever we can do to help. I love it. It's a great job. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Canepa.
So it's for local businesses, so no chains or?
Change. So one of the things, yes, I apologize, we should have said that. We are going to stay with what the original intent of the money when we started doing the small business, when we got the money, it was for businesses that were small, less than 500 employees, no chain establishments, food and beverage, hospitality, and retail. Those are the types of businesses that we would be supporting.
Because if the money leaves the community, then a lot of the time.
The whole intent is to have people shop local in San Joaquin County.
Okay, that's perfect. And then so the money being spent, if it gets close to the deadline for ARPA funds, how does that work? The $1 million needs to be spent in a certain amount of time. So if you don't expend enough, then what's the second plan?
So we do, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that that's why we have the 100% reward rate. So they're getting 100% of what they're spending. So we're hoping to expedite the spending process. Okay. But if not, there is the option for promotional voucher codes that we can issue for special things like Shop Saturday, Black Friday, Small Business Week, things like that, where we can incentivize folks to download the app, use the rewards as a voucher code. So voucher code would work where they would get $25 voucher codes. They could download the app, and that would automatically populate into the app as a reward of $25 without them spending anything. So then that would encourage them to shop again in order to redeem those rewards.
Okay, and
right, Sophia?
Yes, correct. And I want to say the administrative users would also be able to track all of the program spending through the dashboard. So every day or every week, they will be able to see exactly how much rewards fund has been dispersed, which businesses are people visiting, how much rewards has been distributed, what's the total economic impact so far. So there will be real-time feedback and statistics.
Okay, so the rewards needs to be spent at another program or a business that's in the program.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not they get the money back; they just get it to use somewhere else in the network.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm going to be the contrarian in the room, and I'll tell you why. And by the way, when I was chair and I saw the RAD program during COVID that was going on in Stanislaus, I brought it to the board and we got it and we resupplemented it with ARPA funds, and that was a great thing to do. It helped restaurants and local businesses. Here's my problem. We have an overheated economy. We're now incentivizing, go spend more, you're going to get free money, go spend more. We're overheating our economy. Now, I'm not an economist. But I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express recently, so I watch news and I catch what economists say. And we are now incentivizing more spending. I love shop local. I love keeping money local 100%. And our citizens do when they're local. I don't know how many people are trekking into San Francisco for their closed down businesses or going to Sacramento where the malls are closed down. I mean, we have a captive audience. We're shopping here, but why would we, and I get we have free money, ARPA money. Well, we have other needs. We have other calls. I had a meeting yesterday with our CAO. Like, what else can we do? Where's ARPA funds, if any, and how else might we reappropriate it? I'm not trying to rain on the parade here, but if we have an overheated economy, inflation going up and up and up and up, and government is now giving more money for more spending because inflation is going to keep going up and up and up, it's not a good idea. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Well, again, the money that was allocated was specific for small business and economic development within local small businesses. So this is intended to help small businesses that, because every cost of everything is going up, small businesses are the ones that are hurting. People aren't going out and spending as much because they have to watch what they spend on. So that was our reasoning for going after something that we could target spending local and small business.
Which I support, but listening to economists say, the government needs to start to pull back this money that's incentivizing all the spending. And listen, we've got, our chambers of commerce here and representatives, and we want to support local businesses. I just know we've got an overheated economy. Inflation keeps going higher and higher, and it's causing a greater hardship in the long run because the cost of goods have gone up because of all the government pumping into the economy. So I'm a contrarian. I apologize. I know that this is what it's allocated for, to helping local businesses. I think we're past that. We're at a point where our businesses are doing fine. They don't have enough workers. There's labor shortages and such because the demand is so high elsewhere. So that's my thought on it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think it's a great idea. I like the idea of helping businesses, and I think a lot of people need help in the community. So this is a win-win for everybody. I see my eyes, but I do see Supervisor Patty's point. But at this time, should we?
I have one more.
Oh, with Supervisor Campbell would like to speak.
So, obviously this money will multiply out in the economy because, we just saw it. Octavio's is having problems. They're doing remodeling at this place, and he's been a long-standing business, and just circumstances where it's a hardship. So, I'm for it because if we could multiply this this number theoretically, this million, it could be, if you do the number, right, I forget 5 or 7 times, it could be $7 million in the local economy. So, and to local businesses. So I think that's a plus, is the multiplier effect, and then being able to help people that are struggling because, as things get tighter, obviously, people are going to need other ways to get income. So I'm in support of this.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll open public comment. Anyone like to address the board? Any questions for the board? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. Trying to wait till somebody else. Okay, at this time, any other questions from the board, or if not, I'll accept the motion.
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. I think it worked. It worked. You get me. The motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 4, approve reallocation of $1.317,400 from the Small Business Assistant Grant Program and approve sole source agreement with the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce for implementation of the Stockton Takes Action Against the Retail Theft Program and Security Camera Grant Program. Mrs. Virgin, thank you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. This is the second program that we would like to reallocate funds, and that is our proposal is to reallocate some of the funds that we have left to partner with the Stockton Chamber of Commerce and their START program. This initiative is designed to address the retail theft issues in San Joaquin County, which is resulting in massive financial losses to our businesses. The program takes a proactive approach for strategies to mitigate crime effectively. So The funding would go to the Stockton Chamber of Commerce to effectively aid with the START system. And then in addition to that, there is a security camera grant program for local businesses to supplement their program. And so to do a presentation is our Chamber of Commerce, from our Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning, Mr. Furl.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors,
long morning.
Ms. Regalo, good to see you again. Thank you again for the opportunity to come and present this program. I'd like to recognize our CEO, Tim Quinn, right here, and also our board member, Eric Vaughn, 111 Web Design, also the co-chair for our START task force, which he's kind of been running that and doing a great job at that.
Great.
But anyway, let's get going. They gave me 5 minutes to go through 20 slides, so I'm going to be very quick. Okay, start. Okay, why are we here? Why are we addressing this? Well, because it's an epidemic devastating our community right now, impacting businesses, impacting employees, impacting consumers, customers into these businesses. It's costing a tremendous amount of money, time, and future revenue for our businesses out there. It's kind of appropriate that we had a presentation regarding small businesses right before me, because it really impacts our small businesses the most. So what START is the Stockton or San Joaquin County takes action against retail theft. We'll be leveraging all of our existing efforts in combating retail theft in San Joaquin County by proactively engaging in activities to mitigate retail theft and crime. Why? Retail theft is a pressing issue for everyone. So collaboration between the business community, law enforcement, and the community is key to effectively combating this issue. Just want to show you that picture again. Hey, Tim. There's 4 basic elements of the program: workshops and best practices, the development of a Fast Start app, an aggressive public awareness campaign, small business camera grants, and doing site visits as a part of our regular business throughout the county. Workshops and best practices. We have monthly workshops. Sometimes we have more than one workshop per month. And these workshops are on issues like how to be a good witness, how to use technology in combating retail theft. What can businesses do legally? What's the Bill of Rights for merchants out there to combat it? We bring in renowned speakers and practitioners and presenters, and best practices will be shared from the business community, what the businesses are doing to do this. So we're sharing a lot of our insights. We do have 3 workshops coming up. We have one tomorrow up in Tracy. Then we have one at Less Lethal, California in Manteca, and then one up in Lodi on June 5th. And at these workshops, there's preventive measures and tips that we'll be sharing with the rest of the business community. All these workshops are going to be videotaped and going on the website in a library of how to, beat retail theft or to mitigate it. The Fast Start app, everybody's a witness, basically. Everyone in the county is going to be a witness because everyone in the county is going to be able to download that app and submit a report with a video and or a picture of a perpetrator, who's conducting the crime. It would also keep track of the analytics on the website, real-time analytics, easier way to report theft and increase the chances of prosecution. When I first came back here from Hayward, I met with the Deputy DA, Jeff Durman, and he says, "Get us video, Frank, get us video, because that is what we need to make the prosecution stick." So an aggressive public awareness program. This is an idea we stole from Orange County. They have billboards going all over town, all over the county saying, hey, if you steal in San Joaquin County, we prosecute. We prosecute. I think we got to send a message out there that there's a zero tolerance here in San Joaquin County. So we're going to be putting that all over our social media platforms, do PSAs, and also do some videos on that. Small Business Grant Program, the camera systems will monitor all the indoor activities, outdoor, the exits, monitor the merchants. The merchant can monitor by themselves down, they can easily upload the video surveillance to the app and send it into the PD. And then all the cameras in this program are going to be installed by professionals. And that's part of the whole grant. Collaboration, as you know, your Chamber of Commerce is convening decision makers and stakeholders. We had several meetings already through our task force that developed all this criteria that I just went over. We're championing the needs of the business community, and we're the catalyst to mitigating retail theft in our community. We're the first chamber in the state of California to sign a memorandum of understanding with our district attorney. This was awesome. It's kind of sets the stage for the rest of the 57 counties in the state of California to do something similar. And this MOU with Tim and Ron Freitas, is very symbolic of a partnership, private-public partnership, to make this work. I made a presentation this morning at the Rotary, the Sunrise Rotary, and I started off with the 1976 film Network, where they were saying, I'm as mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. Well, we're really mad. We have to have passion in tackling this. That's the only way it's going to change. We don't want to be another Alameda County. We don't want to be another San Francisco or LA. We want to be proactive in what we do here in San Joaquin County. Also working with the state of California, this is Vice Chair Juan Alanis out of Stanislaus County. He's the Vice Chair of the Select Committee on Retail Theft, and working that angle as well, give them all the feedback that we're generating to make a difference on the statewide level. Fundraising efforts continue. That's why I'm here today, and I want to recognize Supervisor Canepa that really got us going on this, gave us what we needed to start the R&D process, and being a believer in making this happen. Shoplifters will be prosecuted. I mean, we have to have a stance in our community. It's really impacting a lot of our businesses. Like you all seen the videos on social media and TV and everything, what's happening at the Walgreens, CVS's, Targets, et cetera, and so forth. But it's the mom and pops, it's the merchants, it's the small merchants out there that they don't have the money to restock their shelves, right? That's their kids' college on the shelves. So we really got to tackle this thing on purpose. Our next START Task Force meeting's on June 7th. I invite the whole board. We'll separate you so there's no Brown Act violations or anything, but to come to the meeting, and this will be to go over where we're at in the process and where we're going. Back to you.
Okay. Before you is the, thank you, Frank, budget. So we are proposing $500,000 for the camera grants program, and that is $2,000 an allocation of $2,000 per business that needs it. One of the things that the district attorney indicated was they really need high quality, good resolution. Is that correct? Am I saying that correctly? Or in video in order to prosecute. We would have, there's a budget for EEDD to administer and market the program. The START program administration, the $350,000 for the chamber. The marketing and promotions would also go $247,000 for the chamber, and then $70,000 for the website development. And then the annual dispatch services for $50,000 for a total of $1,317,400. EEDD would manage program oversight. We would be doing reporting on the obligations. We'll be working with the chamber for marketing initiatives. We'll be doing the program, monitoring the program metrics. We'll be doing monthly analysis of the camera grant program, and again, review regular program reports. So for your consideration is acceptance to reallocate the funding. Yeah, let's see. In the amount of $1,317,400,000 from the Small Business Assistant Grant to fund the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce Takes Action Against Retail Theft Program and Security Grant Program, and to fund program and administrative costs, including reimbursements of staff time with the Employment and Economic Development Department, and also to authorize the Executive Director or my designee to enter into a sole source agreement with the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce for implementation of the START and Security Grant Program in the sum of $1,217,400 to start May 21st, 2024 through December 31st, 2026.
Supervisor Canepa had a question. Okay. Comment?
It's more of a comment. I mean, thank you for taking this on. I want my money back though, since you're getting so much more. But the website was locally done, but that was always the problem, is that a lot of people aren't reporting retail theft just because the reporting time, and we also know, I mean, the sheriff and the Stockton PD are overwhelmed. So a lot of times these calls aren't, checked out in a timely manner. So like they were saying, I went to one of the trainings and it was just great. The interaction between the district attorney's office and the Stockton PD, and then people that come and give, input. And I think that's the most important part, is how do we do it collectively better together? Flock cameras, if we can afford more of those. I mean, in that way, because it's ring theft, and these people are coming into our communities and going to the next community, and they go in the next community. So like you said, if we stand up and say, hey, we're not going to put up with this anymore, it's important. And doing a program like this is not cheap, but I think, you see the one where they went into Carter's Pet Mart and stole $1,000 worth of merchandise in their dress. You know what I mean? And it's those things, and figuring out what you can do legally, because a lot of businesses don't want to engage. But I mean, if we can stop it and figure out who's doing it multiple times in the area, I think that's a plus for our community. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Any other questions from the supervisors? I see none. I'm open public comment. Anybody from the public would like to comment or make a question? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. And then Supervisor Patty would like to comment.
Thank you. Just a brief comment. Absolutely fantastic program. Thank you again, Supervisor Canepa, for initiating this with Chamber. This is a great public-private partnership. I also appreciate and recognize our District Attorney, Ron Freitas, for stepping up, working, and we also know that as we speak up in Sacramento, and there's even going to be a ballot initiative to walk back some of these decisions that were made to be lenient on excessive levels of what's turned out to be criminal activity. So I'm glad this is coming forward. It's great use of funds, and here to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job with EUD and with Chamber. Thank you, Tim and Frank, for all your hard work, and of course our DA did the hard work. And thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for donating the money to get this started. And I don't see any other comments. Supervisor Dean, would you like to comment? Okay, I think at this time we'll make a motion.
Oh, actually, I'm going to let Supervisor Canepa.
Oh, okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second to vote, please. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for the presentation, and you guys have a wonderful day. At this time, we do have afternoon session. We are going to recess for 10 minutes. We just need to take a quick break, and we'll be back at 1:50. Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Good afternoon. We'd like to call this meeting to order. At this time, we have service and retiree award presentations. Ms. Gibbon.
Good afternoon, Chair Boothwa. Good afternoon, supervisors of this great county. My name is, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's blinking. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Viapudua. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Oriana Mahoney, and I am the Staff Development Coordinator in Human Resources. Here with me today as well is our Director of Human Resources, Jennifer Goodman. We're really excited to be here today. San Joaquin County Human Resources is proud to be a part of this county's Service Award program. This award program strives to recognize employees at milestone periods of 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and up to 40 years of service to our community. Employees with over 20 years of service are honored by the Board of Supervisors in an award ceremony. We will honor our employees, calling up each group of awardees by their years of service, where they will take a photo with our San Joaquin County supervisors. When you hear your name, you will walk to the front and wait for all members within your service year time frame for the photo. The Service Award honorees are provided 2 long-lasting gifts, a service pin identifying the years of service, and a framed matted print. Hopefully, this is something our employees are proud to have and display. The framed prints are high-quality reproductions of 19th and 20th century originals from the archives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. The employees have a choice of 45 historical figures, architecture, agriculture, and nature scenes to choose from. The prints include a brass plate identifying the employee and their years of service. 114 employees from 22 different departments were eligible to participate in today's award ceremony. 43 employees requested to be honored publicly today. These service awards cover staff who became eligible from the months of September 2023 to April 2024. Retirees are also recognized as part of the Service Award program. 70 retirees from 20 departments have retired from September 2023 to January 2024. 3 retirees have requested to be honored publicly today. Awardees for the retirement recognition will be called up individually by years of service and in alphabetical order to take individual photos with our San Joaquin County supervisors. Human Resources is proud to recognize employees for their years of service and dedication to our community. We thank the Board of Supervisors for providing this opportunity to express meaningful recognition to our employees who have made public service their career choice. We will now honor our retirees first and then move into the service awards. Please hold all applause when we get to the service awards portion of the event until all names have been called for that service time period. So now I would like to call up the retirees. Before I do that, if you all want to come down to the front and get photo op ready.
Since I'm the favorite supervisor, should I stand in a separate district where everybody can come to see?
Yeah, the one that's like out there, I think.
Watch it, young lady. Watch it. Budget hearings are coming up, you know.
Those comments are not an official reflection of
All right, you guys ready? We are going to... Oh. All right, we are going to start with Donna Yim of Healthcare Services with 29 years service at retirement. Let's go ahead and give her a hand. We can extend those applause a little longer. Excellent. Next up, we have Terry Fultinsky with the Probation Department, 12 years of service before retirement. Oh, look, she saved the best for last. See? Yeah. Very good. Next up, we have Jeannie Hopkins with Human Services Agency, 7 years before retirement. Second retirement, I hear. Retired once, came back, went for a second round. All right, we are going to start calling out our years of service, beginning with 20 years of service. Now, we're going to hold all applause until all of the members are up there. Once I've called the last one, I'll let you know when you guys can start clapping for this wonderful group of individuals. So let's go ahead and start with Denevia Roan, Behavioral Health Services. We're going to then go to Christine Reed from the District Attorney's Office. Jose Manuel Abarca from Human Services Agency. Joyce L. Albin, Human Services Agency. Monica Carmen Castillo, Human Services Agency. Jason R. Towell, Information Systems Division. Sandra Ortega, Probation Department. Daniel K. Gambini, Public Works. Lucinda Monica Martin, San Joaquin General Hospital. Robert Martinelli, District Attorney's Office. Mark Ott, District Attorney's Office. Angela Hayes, District Attorney's Office. Congrats on the retention, District Attorney's Office. All right, let's go ahead and give them all a round of applause.
Here we go. 1, 2. Hey, do we have a phone book ready for Tom to stand up?
All right, thank you, everybody. We are now going to move to 25 years of service. So again, I'm going to call everybody's name and then we will clap once everybody is up there. We're going to start with Amy Rivera from Behavioral Health Services. Rosemary Gomez, Behavioral Health Services. Kathleen Bohasic, Department of Child Support Services. Patricia Vidrio, Department of Child Support Services. Maylene Cardenas, Employment and Economic Development Department. Linda Strum, Employment and Economic Development Department. Matthew Carlson, General Services. James Markham, Healthcare Services. Beatriz Marie Gomez de Fe, Human Services Agency. Candida Teronas, Human Services Agency. Stephen Birchtold, Probation Department. Dana Hodges, Public Defender's Office. Anna Marquez, Public Works. Timothy R. Callahan, Public Works. And that concludes the 25 years of service. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Linda Stern said that she was supposed to get one individually, because I think did she retire too?
I don't see her on my retirement list.
Line up over by your favorite supervisor on this side. Can you guys move in a little bit? Here we go. 3, 2. 3, 2. And let's get a little. There we go.
Thank you, everybody. Let's give them a round of applause for 25 years. There's only one person here.
What's that?
There's only one person here. For 30 years, there's only one person.
Just double checking. So Linda did.
Oh, then go ahead and tell her to.
So you retired too?
Go ahead and have her. All right, let's give Linda one more round of applause. Yeah.
I worked with her at work.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get her. All right, we are going to move to 30 years of service. We have one individual being recognized, and that is Kevin Hicks from the District Attorney's Office.
Long-standing Rotarian.
Thank you so much. All right, this is going to be our last category of 35 years. We have about 4 people in this category, so we will hold the applause again till the end. 35 years of service. Let's go ahead and start with Barrett Shin from Public Health Services. We have Ronald De Herrera from San Joaquin General Hospital, Brian Short from District Attorney's Office, and last but certainly not least, District Attorney Ron Freitas. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, but I don't know if they usually say something afterwards.
That concludes our name announcements. However, I know the supervisors like to say something to you all, so we will give them an opportunity to get back up there. And as soon as they are done, you will be released to have the light refreshments in the in the lobby area.
Okay, I'm going to open with the person who likes to speak the most. That's going to be between these two. So I'm going to start with Supervisor Patty.
Chairman, begrudgingly, I'll take the microphone. Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, listen, we all, as county supervisor for 7+ years now, and being from the 3rd district, which, as everybody knows, is the preferred district, I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of my constituents. And really, I mean, all jokes aside, we're having fun and just we celebrate because you guys are the face of our county. You guys are the ones that interact on a daily basis with citizens that need services, that call on something, that need something from our local government, and it's you that delivers. We're up here, we oversee, we're proud to support your departments and everything that you need. And we appreciate when you think outside the box. And we have a district attorney that's now so engaged that he has to have a photographer follow him around to keep up with all that he does on a regular basis. We have to appreciate that. But each and every one of you in your departments, you are the face of San Joaquin County. And we are excellent here because of you. So thank you for all your time, your services. Don't go anywhere. We need you. Stay here, retire here, contribute to this community because it's a better community thanks to you.
Supervisor Ding.
See, this is your reward. You get to sit and listen to a bunch of politicians speak. It's like, that's why I'm retiring. I don't want to hear them anymore. Thank you for your service. You know, one of the cool things, I guess, is you're reminiscing about all the friends you've made and the conversations you've been through in the past years and the, different cycles, and you've made it all happen. So I just want to say thank you.
Our next speaker is Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for your service. We can sit up here and create policy, but policy doesn't mean anything when you don't have the great employees, to get the job done. The boots on the ground. And, in my years of service in my former life, and one thing I always realized, and is going back to, my parents and so on, is you take care of the people who do the job, and that is you. So thank you all for all you do. And for those of you that are retiring, hey, this is what you're doing it for, right? The retirement. You made some great friends. Enjoy life. Go out and have a good time. And plus, you don't ever have to see Supervisor Patty again, so which is even better. But again, all kidding aside, we're very, very, very blessed to have all of you working for this county and in our lives. So thank you, and God bless you.
Our Vice Chair, Paul Canaba.
I'm just humbled to be a part of this because, next year is 175 years of San Joaquin County, and a lot of you have been here 1/5 of that time, and it's just absolutely a testament to people, in the organization, because like they said, we make policy and procedure and we keep a seat warm, and you guys keep the organization running. And I just want to say a heartfelt thank you for what you do and all the years of service. So thank you.
This is my 8th year, and over the last 8 years, I got to meet a lot of you, and you're all incredible people, and thank you for all the hard work you've done. You've donated to San Joaquin County, everything you've done, and making us look good. You guys are the face of the county, as we all said, and we appreciate you guys, and I hope you guys who are retiring, I hope you have the most amazing retirement. For those of you who keep working hard and smiling. It's an incredible county we work for. So thank you all, and hope you guys have an amazing day, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Do we have do we have a pin for these two? Because their 8 years is That's coming. That roast is later.
All right.
Oh, and one other thing, I'll make sure to manage the retirement accounts correctly while I'm here so that y'all can rely on that.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you. That was pretty fast. I like the way they did it. No, we're going. Just knock it out. I got Rickman's keys. You want to hold on to them? I'm going to put them right here. One minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I just can't believe. Not fair. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We have a afternoon public hearings. The first item is Community Development Department, a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve General Plan Text Amendment number PA 24000093 and General Map Amendment PA 240093. Good afternoon, Ms. Dolly and Ms. Corinne King. How you guys doing today?
Doing well. Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. Jennifer Jolly, Director of Community Development. We do have Deputy Director of Planning, Corinne King, who's going to give a brief presentation. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. This project is comprised of two applications. There's PA 24000093 and 24000094, both proposing to amend the general plan. The first application is a general plan text amendment to update sections of the general plan, and these amendments will reduce the minimum parcel size for new Williamson Act contracts. Historically, the minimum area for contracts was 20 acres for prime farmland and 40 acres for other farmland. In 2022, staff increased these minimums to 40 acres for prime farmland and 80 acres for other farmland. These changes propose to balance the discrepancies between the reduced tax revenue received by the county and the limited funds provided by the state to offset the loss in revenue, as the state does not fully reimburse dollar for dollar. However, since this change went into effect last year, staff has found that the increased parcel size requirement has created new and unnecessary barriers for agricultural property owners. Additionally, the general plan includes policies that direct counties to support incentive-based and financial mechanisms that will help preserve farmland. And so staff is recommending reverting the requirements back to allowing a minimum contract size of 20 acres for prime and 40 acres for other farmland. The other change is for service requirements in the commercial recreation area and the warehouse industrial zone. With the adoption of the 2035 general plan in 2016, requirements for public services for sewer, water, and storm drainage were amended to be more restrictive. This was intended to encourage development within existing developed areas of the county. However, since 2016, staff has found that more flexibility may be beneficial for development for commercial recreation and warehouse industrial areas, as service requirements have hindered development. This amendment proposes to update the service requirements to allow for on-site services for commercial recreation areas that are generally in rural areas, without access to urban services, and in areas zoned warehouse industrial. These revisions will allow for logical development in commercial recreation areas and warehouse industrial zones, still directing most development to existing developed areas. The second application is a general plan map amendment to change the general plan designation of one parcel from agricultural urban reserve to warehouse industrial. This parcel has historically been developed as a truck terminal and was redesignated as general agriculture in error in the 1992 general plan, development title, and zoning map update. Staff corrected this error on the zoning maps with the comprehensive update to the development title in 2022, and this proposed map amendment will make the general plan designation consistent with the parcel zoning. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the applications with the recommendations shown on the slide and included in the board letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, at this time, I'm going to open public comments. The public hearing is now open. Anyone would like to speak, please come forward. Anyone? Okay, I guess I'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Anyone like to make a motion to approve or any questions?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. Clerk of the board, I guess I accidentally signed myself out. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Ding?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Villapudois?
Yes. Signed myself out. Yep. Moving on to item number 2, a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve.
Chairman
Yes.
Villapudois, I apologize. We're moving on to number 3. We've already.
Oh, yeah,
continued
that's
number
right.
2.
You're
Thank you.
absolutely right.
Through the chair.
Thank you. You're absolutely right.
Chairman,
Yes.
just wanted to note for the record, now that we're here after 1:30, this was agendized for 1:30 later. Just for the record, I wanted to note that this matter has been continued until the July 9th hearing.
Item number 2, correct?
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Item number 3, Community Development Department, a public hearing regarding general plan and map amendment, number PA 2200277, zone reclassification number 2200278, and administrative use permit number PA 2300162 of Crystal Enterprises LP, care of Bombach and Piazza Incorporated, District 4. Floor is yours, Ms. Jolly. Ms. Jolly.
Thank you again. For the record, Jennifer Jolly, Director of Community Development. We have a presentation by Deputy Director Corinne King.
Thank you. So this project is comprised of 3 applications affecting 10 parcels totaling 2.12 acres, and the project includes a general plan map amendment to change the general plan designation from community commercial to medium density residential, a zone reclassification to change the zoning from community commercial and public facilities to medium density residential, and an administrative use permit to construct a 4,184 square foot, 2-story fourplex and an accessory dwelling unit on one of the existing parcels. The project site is located on the northwest corner of Augusta Street and Lilac Street and is adjacent to Woodbridge Community Park in the urban community of Woodbridge. Surrounding parcels are zoned medium density residential, low density residential, and community commercial. In 1987, the project site was part of a general plan map amendment and zone reclassification to change the properties from residential to commercial. The existing residences are currently non-conforming and no commercial uses are on site. In 2022, the department approved a lot line adjustment to adjust 5 of the legal lots into 3 lots. As a result, the total number of legal lots within the project boundaries was reduced from 12 to 10. The property owner applied for a general plan map amendment and zone reclassification to change the general plan land use designation and zoning for the lots back to residential to make the existing residences conforming uses. And the property also applied for an administrative use permit to construct a fourplex and an ADU, which is consistent with the proposed map changes. On May 2nd, 2024, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward it to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation for approval. In order to approve the general plan map amendment, zone reclassification, and administrative use permit, several findings must be made in the affirmative. These findings are attached to the board letter, and staff recommends that they can be made in the affirmative. So this is a site plan submitted by the applicant depicting the underlying project for the multi-unit residential. This photo was taken from Augusta Street, looking east towards the area where the proposed fourplex and accessory dwelling units will be located. And this photo was taken from Lilac Street, looking west towards several of the existing non-conforming single-family residences. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project with the recommendations shown on the slide and included in the board letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from any board members? Supervisor Canepa.
So I just had a question on the ADUs. So when you do a project like this, because I know ADUs are allowed on every property, does it hinder it when you're doing them all together? What's the plan?
Through the chair, every single family residence is allowed to have an ADU, and when you have a project with multifamily, you are allowed to do one additional ADU. So the parcel that has multiple units on it would also be allowed to do the one additional ADU. So it doesn't really, it's not one for one. If you're doing like a fourplex, you don't get to do 4 ADUs. You can do a fourplex and 1 ADU. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just real quick, how does that affect parking at all? I mean, with these ADUs, if you have an additional one, imagine you'll need additional parking. So how did that come into play at all?
Are you able to answer that question, Karen?
Well, they'll be required to keep all their parking on site, and I don't believe you need an additional spot for your ADU. You need your 2 off-street parking spaces for your single-family residence, and then we'll have a parking requirement for the multifamily residence, and then your ADU.
But how is it going to affect this? I know that's one of the things, when the state came out with this whole ADU, I remember when it came out and during the planning side, and it didn't take into parking into consideration. So in the shorter things, will this have any effect in the surrounding area with parking?
So if you'll notice through the chair, if you'll notice on the site plan, because it's an administrative use permit process to look at the multifamily, there are parking requirements for that particular development. One of the things also that the department did is we used to have rules that said that your driveway could not even count as your parking spaces because you were in the setback area, and we've changed that rule so that because parking is an issue everywhere, especially when the state made that change and said you can no longer require off-street parking for an ADU. So your options are on-street parking or driveway parking, and that's what this county ended up doing with the zoning code changes. We changed it so you can park in your driveways. So most ADUs will have some sort of an area right in front of them to park, but the alternative is street parking where allowed.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from any board member? I see none. I'm going to open public comment. If you please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Crystal Hicks. I'm the owner applicant for this project. So just here to provide any questions. I can answer the parking questions. Right now we have 11 parking spots. You need 8 for the fourplex. So there's at least 1 for the ADU and 2 extra spots available. I think you could probably fit in a couple other spots too if needed, but it should be at least enough for 2 cars per unit. So. I'm just looking to try and do an infill quality spot. My dad is a builder. He's built a lot of Woodbridge. My grandpa there too. So I'm just trying to follow suit. Found a nice infill spot and thought this would be a good project.
Can I ask you a question? What do you think of your supervisor?
Well, I thought he was providing free drinks for all the retirees tonight over at Woodbridge Crossing. So I thought he's great.
I love it. Okay. Any questions? Any questions? I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else would like to come forward and speak? Supervisor Ding, did you want to speak? I believe so. Let me finish out here. No one other comment? Okay, I will close the public hearing. Supervisor Ding, the floor is yours.
And especially in the restaurant, I hear both sides. We are at such a lack of housing out there, but nobody wants housing built by them, with this NIMBY attitude. I've got employees in that restaurant that are making darn good money that in our day, it would have been easy to put a down payment. But even to be able to afford to rent anything around there is ridiculous. I love infill projects. And, my hat's off to the Hicks family for doing it, especially the area they've chosen. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other supervisor? I see none at this moment. Would like to make a motion? Anyone?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Second. There's a first and second. Will vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, correct? Okay. Public hearing on general plan amendment number PA-20000217, zone reclassification number PA-220021, Williamson Act contract cancellation of PA-220070, and a major subdivision PA number 200218 of Redeeming Way LLC, Dylan Murphy. Ms. Jolly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Just in case anyone's forgotten who we are, Jennifer Jolly, Director of Community Development, Karen King, Deputy Director of Planning with a presentation. Thank you.
I got a point of order real quick, Chair. I don't know for certain, but where did I just see that? And this is for what, Brent Hoffman? No? Okay.
That's been held.
Okay. That's
That was item number 2.
All right,
Okay, carry on, please.
Okay, thank you. So this project consists of 4 applications. We have a general plan map amendment to change the general plan designation of a 14.5 acre portion of an approximately 78 acre parcel from agricultural urban reserve to very low density residential. Zone reclassification to change it from agricultural urban reserve with a 20 acre minimum to a very low density residential. A Williamson Act contract cancellation to cancel 1.57 acres of a Williamson Act contract to accommodate an access road to the proposed subdivision, and a major subdivision to divide the 14.5 acre parcel into 26 residential lots and the remainder of the parcel into 2 agricultural parcels. So the project site is located on the north side of Woodbridge Road and contains the general plan land use designation of open space, resource conservation, agricultural urban reserve, and general agriculture. The zoning is general agriculture and agricultural urban reserve, and the portion of the parcel being subdivided into residential lots is within the urban community of Woodbridge and adjacent to the Windwood Estates subdivision to the east. In order for a general plan map amendment and zone reclassification to be approved, the proposal must be found consistent with the general plan. In addition to being envisioned as an area for future expansion of Woodbridge, the proposal is also consistent with the requirements for both public services. The project will be served by the McCullum Acre Maintenance District for water, the Woodbridge Sanitary District for wastewater, and the Department of Public Works for stormwater drainage. Since the project involves changing a portion of the agricultural property to a non-agricultural use, agricultural mitigation will also be required. The proposed major subdivision to create 26 residential lots includes 2 proposed access roads. The first access road will be an extension of River Mist Drive in the neighboring Windwood Estates subdivision as planned for future development. The secondary access will be from Woodbridge Road that will cross the proposed 20-acre parcels under Williamson Act contract. The 1.57 acres needed for this required secondary access is the subject of the Williamson Act contract cancellation because it is currently restricted to agricultural uses. On March 21st, 2024, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors for approval. In order to approve the Williamson Act contract cancellation, the general plan map amendment, the zone reclassification, and the major subdivision, several findings must be made in the affirmative, and these findings are attached to the board letter, and staff recommends that they can be made in the affirmative. This is the tentative subdivision map by the applicant showing the proposed residential subdivision along with the access road from River Mist Drive and Woodbridge Road. This photo is taken from Woodbridge Road, looking north towards the proposed location of the new access road connecting to the residential subdivision. This photo is taken looking north along the east side of the Woodbridge Irrigation District Canal at the side of the proposed residential subdivision. And this one is taken at the terminus of River Mist Drive, which was stubbed out for future residential development and will be built out for the proposed subdivision. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project with the recommendations shown on the slide and included in the board letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from any board members? I see none. I'm going to open up public comment. Supervisor, please come forward.
Chairman and Supervisors, Mike Haycom, 3414 Brookside Road in Stockton. Excuse me. With me today is our engineer, Cecil Dillon, with Dillon and Murphy. Also next to Cecil this afternoon are the clients, Jim Ehlers and Dan Lewis. We started this project with a pre-app to San Joaquin County in 2020. We're now before you in our final entitlement public hearing, obviously subject to approval and a final cancellation of the Williamson Act contract. We have worked very closely with staff during these 4 years. Our project's been approved by 11 county departments, 4 state agencies, 3 federal agencies, 10 local agencies, and 12 interested local entities. Regarding services, the staff reports confirmed that Woodbridge Sanitary District will provide wastewater and the McCollum Acres Maintenance District will provide water and storm. As staff has indicated, this project is coming before you for a general plan amendment and a zone reclassification. I do want to point out that the urban reserve designation was provided for this property in 2016. So this board approved a urban reserve, which is a designated residential reserve zoning for when and if services are available and the project comes before you. And that's now at this time coming before you consistent with your general plan. The project to the west, Wynwood, was previously approved, and one of the conditions on the Wynwood project next to us is that their stub road, River Mist, which staff had indicated in the picture, there's a requirement for Wynwood to open and connect to our project. So there was a plan when Wynwood was approved for that River Mist access point to connect to the project, which we're bringing before you today. The opposition raised 6 concerns. I won't go through them. Staff has dealt with those concerns adequately and specifically and sufficiently in the staff report. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend the approval along with the recommended findings, which are in support of your approval for this afternoon. We all know there's a serious deficiency in San Joaquin County for housing. I want to point out that our proposed 26 homes are less than 1/2 of the allowable 50-some that could be built there at maximum density. So the developer is building half the allowed density that he could build, and the lots are also 21,000 square feet, which is twice as large as the lots in Wynwood. So we're stepping up with a really high-value, quality project, which we think will be beneficial to the neighborhood. The project is logical and orderly and is in the path of existing development. We'd like to thank staff for taking the time and the extra effort to bring this to you, and we're ready, willing, and able, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, to answer any questions that you may have or reserve a brief right of rebuttal if there's any issues from the community. Thank you.
Yeah, please stay there for a second. Supervisor James.
Is that it for public comment?
Well, I mean, he might be, I thought you had a question for him. You want to wait?
More of a comment. You know, as you know, I love Woodbridge, and I want to make sure that we need growth, but we need good growth. And my hat's off. I consider this a legacy project. I really do. The care, I mean, taking this from 50-something lots to 26. I've got most of the residents that I talked to, is about 6 or 7 of them that, you know, had a problem one way or another because, let's face it, they'd rather they be the only house out there. But one I did want to address, and I'm assuming this is something we deal with once the project is completed and then it's a public works, is on Wynwood. I've got 4 neighbors that are asking about speed bumps. I don't assume you put speed bumps in until you know whether there's traffic concerns there, if that could be addressed.
Through the chair, Cheyenne Raymond, Engineering Services Manager with Public Works. So we received the concerns about speed bumps. We've contacted those individuals and they were pleased to hear our response. And so the way that process works is they contact Public Works, and it doesn't have to be associated with a project. It could just be a concerned citizen. And the properties that would be impacted by those speed bumps, if 2/3 majority are in favor of having speed humps installed, then we will lay out where they would be located, and then the affected property owners 100% have to approve that location. And then that's approved, then we go through the process of implementing that project.
But that's after the project's completed and.
It actually doesn't even require this project. Just in general, that's the process if
Okay.
anywhere in the county.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else who, this is still a public hearing, it's still open. Anyone else like to comment?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Jeffrey Kirst, one of the developers of the Wynwood subdivision, all 5 or 6 units that we did. This was a natural extension that we planned for many years ago, and I think it's a good project, and I recommend approval.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Any final comments from any supervisor? Supervisor Canova?
I just have one question first. So the roads going in, part of the question is the Williamson Act cancellation. That's the road going in also to the Wynwood. There's 2
Through the chair.
on the map.
The Wynwood access road is just going to be stubbed out from the existing road and the development to the east. The Williamson Act cancellation is for the access road off of Woodbridge Road because that's going through an agricultural parcel. It's a secondary access to the site. That's the 1.57 acres that needs to be pulled out of contract.
And so then who takes care of that road?
It's a private road.
It'll be a private road.
Oh, is it a public road? Sorry. I'll let Public Works answer that.
Through the chair, that road will be built to urban road standards and will be accepted into our maintained mileage and maintained by the Public Works.
Okay. So then, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
Motion to approve.
Then first and second, we have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve an amendment to the subsequent development agreement, PA 0400741, DA relative to property within the Mountain House community, PA 23-00058, District 5. Good afternoon, Director Jolly.
Thank you, Chair. Jennifer Jolly, Director of Community Development. We're mixing it up. We've got John Anderson, who will be doing the next 2 presentations. He works as a contract consultant for the department, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, John Anderson, contract planner with San Joaquin County, working exclusively on Mountain House matters. I've got a couple items before you today. This is one item that we've been working on for a bit. It's a development agreement amendment. In essence, it would allow for the existing maps plus future maps within specified areas that are controlled by a development agreement to be extended to the life, to be consistent with the life of the development agreement. This is an application that is put together and supported by Mountain House developers. We've got a representative of Mountain House developers in the audience, Dave Sargent, is available for questions or comments. So again, there's a little bit of history on the project for Mountain House, and then of course the history on the approvals of the maps that are specifically affected, both approvals back in 2007, 2011. These involve neighborhoods primarily north of the Byron Highway, including neighborhoods I, J, K, and L. Again, we're talking about an amendment to an existing development agreement that affects these particular pieces of property, plus additional properties that are owned by MHD that are all contained under the original development agreement. The term of the development agreement is through February 8th of 2035, with some extensions as provided for in the development agreement itself. The properties that are specifically referenced are those that are shaded as part of this. Again, most of the properties are north of the Byron Highway up to the Old River. There are a few properties south of that that are indicated as part of this exhibit and also part of your package today. So at this point, we're recommending that you adopt a resolution which allows for an ordinance to be enacted to allow for this amendment to the subsequent development agreement between the county and Mountain House Developers itself. So after that, it's pretty simple presentation. I'm here available for any questions or comments that you may have. And again, the applicant agent is also in the audience as well.
Supervisor Canepa.
So I just have, because there's one of those incorporation questions. Is this the county only, or are we making decisions for Mountain House and they're going to be incorporated in how long? I mean, is this one of those two that we're having a problem with on a couple of the Mountain House issues?
Through the chair, no, I don't believe so. I'm going to actually turn this over to County Council to talk about how a development agreement is transferred.
And actually, I'm going to defer to Zoe in the audience, who has worked on this. And I don't know who she's going to pass it off to, but we'll see.
No deferring, Zoe. You're stuck.
I'm just here a little bit. Best board day ever to hold a random baby. Well, essentially, and I didn't prepare for this specific question, but to the extent currently your discretion has to do with the fact that this is currently in the unincorporated county. So pre-incorporation, this is solely a decision for you to make. Okay. A development agreement under the government code will survive after incorporation. But the land use entitlements right now that you're doing are to the entitlements. Those will be done within the county. They will transfer over pursuant to the resolution on incorporation. The development agreement, whether you amend it or not, would live past incorporation. And there's a set number of years. There's a minimum number and then a longer number depending on the situation. But it will survive incorporation. But you're not making decisions today for the city of Mountain House. You're making a land use decision as the county, as the land use authority, that will then transfer on incorporation, as envisioned when Mountain House was originated with the county.
Okay, so that's how it's been existing in the past.
That was always it was envisioned to be an unincorporated county community that would then incorporate. Okay. That was always how it was designed to be. And development agreements under the government code do exist past incorporation because there are vested rights that the applicant has. They vest in a project, and the government code makes sure that they get the benefit of that agreement through even incorporation. So the government code recognizes that, and development agreements specifically survive incorporation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Any other supervisors, any questions? I'm going to open the public hearing. Please come forward.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is David Sargent, and I'm here representing Mountain House Developers, LLC, which is a Mike Sandu company. So I'm here today to speak in favor of the amendments, and thank you for helping my eyesight. Thank you. So the proposed amendment only extends our development agreement and our tentative maps. It doesn't actually change any of the zoning or change any of the units in Mountain House, which I know has been controversial before. So just again, it just extends the life of our 3 tentative maps, which got held up. The life of Mountain House has been extended by the Great Recession, so it'll help us finish off our last neighborhoods. John did a good job of summarizing the application, so I won't go into details, but I'm here to answer any questions if you might have them.
Any? I see none.
Thank you.
But thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item? I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Any final questions or motions?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Supervisor Canepa and seconded by Supervisor Rickman. We have a first and a second, so we'll take a vote. And the item passes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, community development, a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve general plan amendment number PA2300143, Mountain House Master Plan Amendment number PA2300145, Mountain House Specific Plan 1, 2, and 3, amendments PA number 2300147, zone reclassification number PA2300144, and 3 major subdivisions, number PA 2300148, PA 2300149, and PA 2300150, District 5. Good afternoon, Director Jolly.
Thank you, Chair. Last but not least, so Jennifer Jolly, Director of Community Development, going to turn this over to John Anderson for our last presentation.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, John Anderson, contract planner with San Joaquin County, dealing with Mountain House matters. This is a fairly complex project that our department's been working on since about 2022. It involves 7 separate applications. Those applications include amendment to the general plan, land use maps, amendments to the Mountain House master plan, amendments to the specific plans that are affected 1, 2, and 3. It involves a zone reclassification, and then also involves 3 individual subdivision maps themselves. This is a project that that has been worked on for quite some time. Representatives of MHD, Mountain House Developers, Dave Sargent, are in the audience. Jerry Camellos, representing his interests, is also in the audience. Kerry Wallace with McKay and Soms is in the audience representing the Camellos folks. And then also Steve Pinkerton with Mountain House Community Service District as a general manager is also here today to talk about this project possibly. In essence, this application involves lands that have been designated as surplus lands, either as park open space lands and or a school site. These are properties that are privately held, and they're based on studies that have been performed both by the CSD and by the Lambertville Unified School District, have been identified as surplus. So this is an opportunity to make modifications to the land, the designated land uses, and allow the property owners to move forward with development opportunities as presented. So there are 3 individual properties that are involved in this application specifically. Again, all involve general plan amendments, master plan amendments, specific plans amendments, and then ultimately subdivisions. So one is a 0.7 acre piece of property, which is actually was set aside for storm drain purposes. The CSD has suggested it's no longer necessary. There's a 6.7 acre piece of property, which was part of the South Community Park that has been designated as surplus. The CSD Board of Directors has approved a Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which indicates that they are indeed going to be delivering a 20-acre community park in this area, and that this extra 6 acres is more than what they need to satisfy that obligation. Property number 3 was initially designated as a school site. This school site has been indicated by the Lambertville Unified School District as surplus. They have a school down in that area that's capable of providing services to the entire community in the College Park area, and they've indicated that this is no longer needed. So again, this 17-acre site is being suggested for residential development. This is a map indicating where those properties are specifically. Parcel 1, as I've indicated, was part of a storm open space area. Parcel 2 was part of the South Community Park. And then property 3 is the former school site, elementary school site. So part of our analysis was to fold in a Parks, Recreation, and Leisure Plan that the CSD Board of Directors ultimately adopted as an exhaustive survey process that they went through to evaluate all the parks needs for the community and to evaluate what the master plan had suggested and come up with recommendations. This is a kind of an illustrative, if you will, of what that Parks Master Plan suggests for the entire community of Mountain House and how it interrelates with what's being suggested as part of these land use changes. As it relates to the school site, Evelyn Costa has been designed and will ultimately be built out to provide student services for up to 947 students. Again, it serves this area of the Mountain House community. Again, properties 1, 2, and 3 are privately owned and controlled, and then specific plan 3 does assume that there will be land use changes, specifically if the second school site is determined not to be necessary by the district, and that indeed is the case. So again, LSUD has supports the conversion of the school site. There has been a number of community members that have presented concerns regarding this land use change. There was, we received over 130 emails specifically about this project, opposing the project before we went to Planning Commission. And at the Planning Commission hearing of March 21st, we actually received 20 individuals to present arguments against the land use change as part of this project. But after that discussion and consideration of all the facts, the Planning Commission ultimately voted to approve the proposal as presented. So again, this is the driver, if you will, the land division, which is what's presented here as a land map, a tentative map for property 1, property map, kind of the bigger area, the area to the north. Can I do this? Does it work? The area up here is all part of the South Community Park, which ultimately will be developed by the CSD as part of the community park obligation for the College Park area. And then this is just kind of a blow up of the lots to be created out of the excess land in this specific area. And then this is property 3, which is the former elementary school site, and then the map as presented for residential development. So there's a couple other issues that I want to bring up. This application does include a little bit of cleanup. There's some road classification issues that needed to be addressed, which have been supported by traffic analysis. There is some land use clarifications as it relates to limited industrial properties. We have worked with the neighborhood group that abuts the College Park area, specifically in Grant Line Village, working with the Sosa family as an example, and dealing with the interface between Grant Line Village and the new residential development, and coming up with a strategy to protect their interests and also to allow urban development to continue. The public concerns that have been expressed include things like school overcrowding and concerns associated with that, increased traffic, the lack of immediate park improvements within the College Park development. Obviously that takes time, money, and energy, and the CSD has got a plan for that. They're working towards it. Again, it all involves considerable amount of cash and resources in going through a plan process. And then probably the last concern that was raised by the community was, why is the county continuing to take action on the land use matter when we're going to be incorporated as of July 1st? So those were some of the major concerns that were raised during the Planning Commission hearing. I'd be remiss if I didn't present those today to you as the board as part of this discussion. Again, the applicant representatives are in the audience to answer any questions you may have. The recommendations that we have today are recommendations of the Planning Commission, and that is to approve the general plan amendment, the master plan amendment as presented, the specific plan adjustments to 1, 2, and 3, and then zone reclassification as presented, and then the 3 major subdivisions as I presented. After that, I don't have anything further to say. If you have any questions, I'm here available.
Yes, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And if you're done, I just wanted to ask, Mr. Pinkerton's in the audience. Can you step up here for a second? The future city manager as of July 1st. Just real quick, your board, the CSD board, the elected official, they had a chance to hear this, correct? In closed session or been briefed on exactly what's going on here?
Yes, could I give a little more background on that through the chair, if you don't mind?
Yeah, along this, I mean, I know the history of it. I don't need a long, drawn 20, 30 minutes of.
I promise I'll be very succinct. As you know, the district is a co-applicant on some of these actions before you today, and it's important to note that it's really 2 different activities going on. One is we updated our parks plan back in 2020, 2021 was a very robust process with well over 1,000 participants of the community working with us to ensure that based on today's economics and demographics, that we would be able to put together a parks plan that was vital to the community and also economically feasible both from a construction and operation standpoint. So that was one effort that was going on the last couple of years. Secondly, this College Park neighborhood was a Lehman Brothers finance production back in the 2000s. And so when I got here in 2019, there were some real challenges with funding a lot of the additional public improvements necessary in this neighborhood. So that the district and MHI, who's the master developer, worked together in a settlement agreement that ensured that public improvements would be built in this neighborhood in as timely a manner as possible. And in fact, on behalf of the school district, we also made sure that there was funding so that the school would be built in a timely manner in this neighborhood as well. So the not just district staff, but the district, through adopting the parks plan and through the interim settlement agreement with MHI, has been deeply involved in working out to ensure that the amenities would be built in a timely manner and in a manner fiscally feasible within the College Park neighborhood.
Well, the reason I ask is, you mentioned it and, we're hearing about it, is that, hey, you guys are becoming your own city in July 1st. Why is the county, still doing what we're, what we're doing here today, right? So my point is this, is that your elected officials had an opportunity to listen to the residents, to opine on it, be it through a closed session or open session, I don't know which one. That was correct?
Correct. This has gone through an extensive public participation process.
Right, and so, I haven't heard from your elected representatives in Mountain House if they oppose this project. I heard it quite contrary. And secondly, well, one of the reasons for the park, for example, is that if you go with the original design, the big park, you're not going to be able to build it. So you either have a park now or who knows, correct?
Correct. That was part of updating the parks plan.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just trying to explain for folks that are watching, since there is opposition. And secondly, as to the school, and that was one of the complaints also, is that it says here in the notes that, Lambertville School supports the conversion of supports this plan. So they're not going to build a school, be it because they don't have any money or whatever it may be, correct?
That is correct. The neighborhood was designed to have either 2 small schools or 1 large school. And with today's construction costs and operational costs, the district a number of years ago determined that building 1 larger school would be best for the school district.
Okay. And the reason thank you very much. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but to make my argument, I support what we're doing here today. The reason being, one, I agree that the reason you guys are going to become your own city is because people want a local control. And I'm very hesitant to jump into a local, another cities or future cities development, because I firmly believe that who's better to design their community than the people that live there, not somebody 30 miles away. With that being said, your board had a chance to, talk about this in open session or closed session. They had a chance, talk to their constituents. Lambertville was, opined on this also. So all we're pretty much doing, at least what I feel like I'm doing, is just reaffirming what your board and what your CSD and Lambertville School are already decided. So that is the reason I, will vote to, the affirmative on this. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to come over all the way to Stockton.
Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
So I just of those first emails, there was 120. So those people got the answers to their complaints. The due process has been there, like Supervisor Rickman's talking about.
I would say of the 130 emails that received, everyone became more aware of what the details of the project were, and had every opportunity to participate in the public hearing process. And of those, there was at least 20 that were presented at the Planning Commission hearing, and their concerns were presented and heard by the commission. And those concerns I summarized in the staff report and have been, again, discussed here today. So that's
okay. And then just another question. So the 947 students is obviously not to capacity now. there's room for growth, if you're saying it's a bigger school. Because that's the alarming thing. If you build something and then people are promised a school in their neighborhood and then they go to apply to get into school, and guess what? We got to go to a different school because there's not room. And that won't be the case here.
Correct. In fact, our board, through the settlement agreement, diverted $14 million essentially loan that money to the school district to make sure the school was built right at the beginning of the neighborhood instead of, the school being built midway through the neighborhood, which would then impact the other schools. And I can tell you that the enrollment in the 4 older schools has dropped significantly under capacity because of the 479 or so students that have been moved into Costa School. It's got a capacity of 947, but it's also the developer dedicated a larger piece of property so that if there was a short-term increase in enrollment at some point down the road, 5-10 years down the road, where it went over 950 students, they would have the capacity to add in temporary capacity if necessary. But the school district's very comfortable with the plan. And in fact, the superintendent tells me that since September, when there first became questions, they've had 2 public comments at their 15 or so meetings since that time. That's all they've heard, were 2 public comments that whole time regarding school enrollment.
Okay, because obviously declining enrollment, certain areas will do better, but it's detrimental to a school district if you don't have the people to run the school district. So, that's a smart choice not to build a school because you build it and you can't take care of it. So, okay, just wanted to clarify. So, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Real quick, I just wanted to, people that are watching, remind everybody, this board or the CSE, we don't build schools. That's not up to us. We don't have that authority. That is the school district. So if you have an issue with not enough schools or where the school is going to be built or you want another school, your recourse is to go to the other elected officials, the school board, and discuss it with them. So just reiterate, we do not have that authority, or either does the CSD. So there is some, some people, people don't know, and you know what? That's a common misconception. So just want to reiterate, we do not have that authority. Either does CSD. Have an issue, talk to your school board. So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone would like to come forward and speak on this matter?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Jerry Camillos. I'm the manager of Mountain House Investors and president of Camillos Companies. And our journey started in College Park in 2001. And certainly I think a lot has been said already with Supervisor Rickman's question, and as well as Supervisor Canepa's questions. I think this hearing was anticipated 20 years ago when we wrote the specific plan, and the updated Parks and Leisure Plan was to happen, in the final setting of these parks were to be established across all of Mountain House. So this is just a result of what we anticipated 20 years ago. In addition to that, yes, we did design 2 school sites. We knew that only one would be used, and we provided that flexibility in the specific plan. And again, here we are with the concurrence of Lambertsville Unified School District, the CSD, your Planning Commission, all agreeing that these elements should be happening. I also want to say today, because this is probably after 20-some years working on Mountain House and working specifically with the county, starting with Carrie Sullivan and moving on to David Kwan, and now Jennifer Jolly and John Funderburg, Bill Factor, as well as John Anderson and his team. We've been able to work with some great folks on this and do amazing things in College Park. For example, it was the county's cooperation that allowed us to adjust the original master plan of College Park to bring in the college, which exists there today, that we facilitated and actually contributed over $14 million towards its implementation. We're excited about College Park where it's at. It's being built out. There's some additional home builders that are coming in, and we certainly, and I'm probably a little bit biased, being at the very beginning of College Park, that it's probably one of the best parts of Mountain House. It's kind of like Supervisors Patty's district, and you know, this is really exciting to see this happen. But more so, it was really because of the county and the county's participation and commitment to Mountain House that it's actually going to be a city, and that's that really cannot be ignored. That we're all here because the board of supervisors had the leadership and the thoughtfulness and the vision to allow us to do our work and create this fabulous community. So with that, I really am supportive of the recommendations, supportive of these elements, and encourage all of you to support it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Would you say the 5th district is better than the 3rd district?
What's that?
Would you say the 5th district is better than the 3rd district?
Well, I'm just going by what he said. I didn't hear any other supervisors say otherwise.
We know the 3rd is the preferred.
Okay.
Anyone else like to speak? Public hearing.
All right, Chairman and Board, Dave Sargent again, speaking on behalf of, this time, Rurka Capital LLC, another Mike Sandu company. So just here to voice my support for the application and thank the staff for all their work on it. You know, that our portion of the application is property number 3, which is, they call it the school site. You know, it's, John explained it very well, but it was going to be the school, and as you heard, the Lambersville has determined that it's not needed. The Rooker Capital is the original property owner. It'll stay with him, and the specific plan allows it to be rezoned. One of the side benefits of rezoning to residential, it'll fill in the land there and complete the neighborhood, but it also generates some fee revenue for the school district and for the Mountain House Community Service District to build up some infrastructure. So I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you for hearing the item.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sure. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to the board.
Motion approved.
We got a first and a second to vote, please. Yeah.
At the risk of more people speaking from the board.
The motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, everyone, and everyone have a wonderful rest of the week, and thank you for putting up with us today.
Good job, Mountain House.
Good night.
Are we done?
We are done.
We are done.
Yeah, we're gonna. I have to go, but if you guys like to do committee reports, I have to go, but you guys can do them.
Before you go, just one thing.
Okay.
I just want to remind everybody the sheriff's in surgery, went in for a procedure this morning, so keep them in your thoughts and prayers.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your Memorial Day.
Everybody's welcome to go to